click with the audio. There's the click. All right, cool. All right. Yeah, Saturday night. I definitely don't need these. I'm not talking to anyone. Okay, no sound. Tell me that again. Is there no sound? Settings. Sound. Samsung Gold mic is my input. Looks like everything's good on that end. Test your microphone. I've got action. Okay. It was probably because it was trying to go through the headphones, buddy. And I switched the cool. I switched the I put in the good mic, and boom, we are rolling. Yeah, I literally didn't even have time for a drink. And, well, I had many drinks, but to make a starting drink. Lost track of time. Yeah, we had an epic feast earlier. I'll show a picture of it later. 5x5. Not sure what that means. Shut that, cut down on the fan noise a little. Not sure what that means, buddy. Let's see, does this do anything when I adjust this stuff? Appears not to. Go with this one. Cool. 10-4. Okay. 10-4, 5x5. I got it. Okay. I've never heard that before. Cool. Hope you're well, man. A dog named Boo. Yes, it is very funny. How are you? Good to see you, buddy. Good to see you, Boo. What up, dog? Okay, you're not. That's fine, dude. No problem. No problem, Biscuit. Hope you're well as well. Definitely. And I hope you're in a good spot, being that you're not at home. Thanks for the hearts. Yeah, is that a song? I can't say that I know it. Is that like an old, like Hank Williams Jr. tune? The Littlest Hobo Show. I don't know that, but I was just playing some John Lee Hooker. How. How, how, how. How, 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 how. How, 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 how. How, 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 how. How, 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 how. I think there are other words to that one, but that's all I got. What the fuck? Fucking phone. Getting all kinds of notifications here, man. Oh, let's see. What do we got? Well, somebody liked a tweet. Isn't that nice? Thanks, Last Dance. Oh no, that's the one where he goes, "Well, you walk that walk, you talk that baby talk." Yeah, I think that one may have been in Hey Hey in the Blues Brothers. Fabulous music in the Blues Brothers, the movie. Of course, the first one. John Lee Hooker playing in Harlem. Good shit, man. Ray Charles. When the when the guy says, "How much for the electric piano, Ray?" Ray says 2,000. And they're like, "Man, there's no action left in those keys." And Ray's like, step aside, son, step aside. And he takes that thing and he wails on it. What I heard about the band wasn't coming up. Just a great scene. Great scene. Great dancing. And just, you can't make movies like that anymore, man. It's good shit. Highly recommend anyone who hasn't seen it in a while watch the Blues Brothers. At least the music scene. The music scene, like if you search Ray Charles Blues Brothers on YouTube, they'll show you that straight out. Same thing with John Lee Hooker. And of course, you can't forget Aretha Franklin's scene in the diner. And Matt Guitar Murphy is her husband. And I believe Blue Lou, the sax player, is like the busboy in the restaurant. And Matt Guitar Murphy's the cook. And the Blues Brothers come and decide they got to get the band back together. And I could go on all day. That's life, but not as we know it knows. A dog named Boo, right on. Look at him addressing somebody by that name. Oh, he's addressing the prince. I'm seeing Prince William. I see. Dog named Boo. No, I'm kidding. Oh man, beers taste extra good today. Beach was a little chilly. My foot got a bit numb after standing in the ocean for a few hours fishing. I did catch a nice bass today, striped bass. Put it in the Bassomatic for a little bass colada. It was delicious. A little pineapple, some bass, a little rum, blended up with some ice. Bassomatic, delicious. We'll have a good bit of stuff to get into. I don't know. Last week I didn't start off right away with the condolences to Her Majesty, who had passed on recently. This, my friend, this looks like, I'm going to say this is Zombie Kush or OG Kush, one of the two. They're hard to tell apart. It's good smoke. Stony, smooth, properly cured. If you want to have good weed, you got to make sure it's dried slowly and not dried to all hell. Like when you touch it, it turns into fucking dust. It's got to have a little life left in it. You don't want it to be a tinder bundle. You put the bowl to it, the whole fucking thing lights up. You know, you're going to cough your ass off. It has to be, like anything, well cured. Good tobacco, you know, all cured. It's all in the curing. Old school SNL, that's right. Dan Aykroyd, Bassomatic. Great scene. I didn't have any joints rolled up. That's all right. Bong's upstairs. Sammy Cat's here, though. She can pass me down the bong. I'm going to text her. And some rum. She'll be like, what the fuck, man? But then she'll get it, so it's nice. You need to dedicate through Bon Jovi, God Save the Queen. Oh, man. Dedicate through Bon Jovi. Shit, am I missing the definition there, Cup? Sing through the bong, God Save the Queen. And when you say God Save the Queen, do you mean by the Sex Pistols? God save the Queen. She ain't no human being. Smoke bowl, I got you, buddy. Hey, SPC Travis County. I don't know who you are, man, but severe thunderstorm warning for India. All right, our local weather guy. There we go. Random. Fuck. Come on, go ahead. Give me all the weather updates you want, and I'll read them. It's excellent, Carol. That Ray Charles scene is excellent, and welcome. How are you? It's so good when he sits down. He step aside, son, and he fucking wails on those keys, baby. He can hit them, man. Oh, yeah, right. That's how you start back into it, right? You won't buy them, dog named Boo, but you can, if you're just bumming a couple, bumming one here and there, you're still not a full-fledged smoker. Eventually, though, you'll just become annoying because you're asking for 20 cigarettes a day and you'll have to get back to buying them. So, hey, but Godspeed, brother. If you're going to smoke anything, smoke something that does something, something that's going to, do positive things. Nothing. But good luck, dude. It's a noble thing to try to do, to quit those things. They're fucking they're so addictive. It's a tough road, but you can do it, my man, my person. I don't even know what you are. My dog. There you go. There you go. There's no point to them, but I will be back in 5 seconds. What? All right, so 1 out of 2 and bad. I got a rum and water out of it. Let's see here. Looks like it's a coffee creamer too. We've gone over this before. That is a nice mixture. Fabulous. Can't even tell what kind of rum that is. It's very good though. I had some friends over for lobbies tonight. We had a dozen North Atlantic lobsters. And I also had a big ass porterhouse steak and 1 lobster for me. I didn't want 2. Not a huge lobster guy. I like them. But, it's an acquired taste. Oh, it's cracking. Cool. There's no C, but I know what you mean. Thank you. I love the Kraken. It's so smooth for such a high-proof product. Hey, damn you, Mark. What's up? What's going on, dude? Damn you, Mark, here from Twitch. I know all you YouTubers can't see him, so there's what he said. What's up, dude? So I just showed your comment, damn you, Mark, on YouTube on the screen. And yeah, that's... Look at Last Dance. He's the master, the tab master. Look at you with 2 tabs open. And I bet you even have another tab open on top of that. Maybe to the Discord. Because things are always popping off over there. And yet, that lobster all day, dude. I got a picture. I'll share it with myself, and then I'll screen share it. I'll screen share it. All right, how do we do this? Beep. Technology. It's the only way I know how to do this is to DM myself a picture and then screen share it. Done. Send. Yep. Yes, sir. Mod of the year because he's jumping. Oh, I love it. That was, dude, you nailed it. Look at that. Come on. That's solid gold, bro. Oh, shit. I mean, it's not that good. It is good. The picture's not that good. No, I don't want to share it because it's not that good. Hey, yeah, on the deck with wife and her, yeah, her sister and her niece are here. Sammy Cat's sister's name is Mickey Cat. I don't know. That's all I got. It came. That's all I could come up with, Sammy. So we now dub her Mickey Cat. Okay. Weather update. Southeastern Beltrami County. Severe weather storm over at Lavinia. Bemidji moving east. Thank you, my man. Stay safe if you're in those regions. Stay safe. All right, what do we have? Oh, that sounds good, buddy. Just checking out the private chat. Funny. Okay. That's funny. Yeah, Bridgester Cat. I guess. I mean, yes, look at that. He does hope you're all well. Let us to respond back to him, Sammy Cat, and we can show your little conversation on screen here. Slim Shady. My name is what? 20 minutes in. All right, we're rolling right along. Yeah, I don't generally let people in if unless I know them, or you have to be on camera, dude. But I do appreciate you being here and thank you. Because we don't have a ton of people, so anybody, any new people, we got our weatherman now. So we're rolling. Can do other breaking news if anything ever breaks during. Oh, yeah, he already knows that. Come on, Sammy. Catch up. We already went over the lobsters. But they're probably all on their own devices, like 4 people on 4 devices up there. Yeah, we're all drunk with lobster, so everyone's just kind of like sitting around. Exactly. He heard GTP. Don't know what that means, so be careful with that. I could look it up, but nah. I'm not going to do it. So what's everyone been listening to for music lately? Anything good? Anything new? Chili Peppers have a great new tune out. All right, buddy, come back. I'll be on for a couple hours. Oh, GTG, got to go. I gotcha. I'm a real sleuth here on the interwebs. But come back, dude. Don't make yourself scarce. You know what I'm saying? I like the weather updates. You could be our live weatherman. Peace, bro. Or gal. I don't know what you are. Who wants to hear some blind jokes? No, people. hold off on that. Yes. Getting all kinds of alerts on Twitter here. Wonder what that could be. It's my buddy Last Dance. Looks like we had a couple of a retweet and a like. Thank you, buddy. That is very nice. I think I knew GTG got to go. That's a good one. Let's see, don't use it enough. Or it could have been the gangrene. Sorry. Just interacting a little with the person I don't know in the private chat. So anyone who, the only way to access that is to click the link in the description, and then you will be in the queue. And I'm not going to let you on unless you're on camera, but then you'll have access to the private chat. But generally, hey, there's a guy who there has now he wants access to the private chat to see what's going on. Right, I know. Yeah. Yes. Cool. But we'll get this thing rolling in a bit. I'm going to go ahead and DM, see if any of the other guys are going to be around. Just be curious. I didn't even ask anyone earlier, so I just usually assume, or people tell me that they won't be. Let me see here. I want to get a lively discussion going here amongst some people about certain goings on lately that have been popular, big in the news. Me, I'm from Massachusetts in the United States, buddy. Oh, cup of tea, you bastard. Oh, shit. I'm not going to say it. And I wasn't laughing. It wasn't a laugh. It may have sounded like a laugh. Because he's my friend. I wouldn't laugh at that. It's terrible. It's horrible. Dang, we're getting some answers back quick here from people. All right. People are eating dinner. It's eating dinner time. Makes sense. All right, do a little bit of music. And then we'll let some people in on camera. All right, I'm getting it. It's coming to me. What's that note? How's it go? Ah. That's it. F sharp major. Jesus. That's a hard song to remember when you haven't. It's in an odd tuning. Thanks, man. Appreciate that. All right, we're going to roll here. Yeah, it sounds like I need a tuning more. And some new strings, for sure. Hey, dude, how you doing?
Hey, how you doing, Steve?
Good, thank you, man. How's life been for you?
It's had a good day today. I've been sleeping better recently. A friend of mine had his yearly Oktoberfest festival, which he does in September because
Yeah.
he has his reasons.
Mm-hmm.
But I always enjoy that, and I certainly enjoyed it today.
Nice.
Had a couple beers.
Oh, good for you. German or Irish?
I don't know what it was. He made it himself. He's a brewer, home brewer, and he has something he calls his Oktoberfest ale. So it's different every year, but it's reasonably close. It's the same basic formula, and I really enjoy it.
Cool. He makes it.
He makes it, yes.
Oh, he's a brewer.
He's a
Nice.
brewer, yeah.
Good for him.
He made two beers, and he had another. He got a keg of a commercial beer, Blue Moon, I think.
And you trust the beer? You don't think you're going to get a little,
Yeah, I trust it. I've drunken his beer every year for 20 years, and
never
haven't gotten sick yet.
No off-putting effects.
Not yet.
I mean, back in the old days, I feel like when breweries were first becoming popular, that could happen. Like a new brewery could easily not clean the lines, or
I've had it happen when I went to when I was in the UK. I went to a beer festival, beer and cider festival, and I decided to go with the cider side, and I had 3 or 4 ciders, and I got so sick. I mean, both ends were active, like a volcano.
Topple says quiet in here. Honestly, he's Last Dance is the first guy on. I usually talk for a half hour and then things get rolling, buddy. So I started at 7, Greg, not 6. 7 is the go-to time, it's now the go-to time. I think it's better for everyone on this side of the pond. On the other side, not so good. But
no, that's true.
It's like it's better for us too here, as a family, to give my wife a little time to do her thing, and then I'm gone for the night. Whereas,
well, everything's a trade-off, right? You make some people happy, others are not happy, but you definitely want to make your wife happy first and foremost.
Exactly. And it's not much of a sacrifice, frankly, for me. Especially in the summer, it's a stretch. 7's a stretch. It's still light out here, so I'm out. I'm having fun doing shit all over the place, eating lobsters, grilling steaks, drinking beers.
Yeah.
That's exactly what I was doing tonight. I was out there talking about how the steak was pretty good and had talking about farm animals and shit. And then I'm like, fuck, I just got a notification. My pub is starting right now. It's 7. It's like super easy to get lost in the moment, you know?
Yeah, but I mean, for me, and I think a lot of people, it's Saturday, so I can be on as late as I want, as long as I'm not just plain passed out.
Right.
Is the only limit.
Mm-hmm. That's a good rule of thumb.
Yeah.
You gonna have a beer or two with us tonight, or are you cutting yourself off?
I don't have any beer. I cut myself off.
Good for you. All right. Yeah.
Yeah, I've decided not to. I've decided to take it easy on my liver, so
You're not going to go in excess anymore.
I'm not going to get buzzed anymore. I might, I don't actually have any beer, but I'll get some. Maybe I'll have a beer, one beer during a pub, and maybe next week.
That'll be your weekly beer.
That'll be my weekly beer. It's true. I mean, if I have a chance, I might have another one. I'm not actually absolutely hard and fast, only having one beer a week. But I have typically, when I gotten the beer for the last month or two, I've only had one a week in the pub if I can.
I hear you. Hey, I'm not knocking you.
No, it's.
I don't want to turn everybody here into a raving alcoholic. I have done it to a few people, so I don't want that to be a theme,
I was never an alcoholic, but my liver, objected to what I was doing. So.
Hey, you're smart. That's good. Listen to the doctors. That's why they're
there, right? Yeah. It's disappointing because I'd like to get buzzed once in a while, but I'd rather be alive.
Well, if it's a matter of that, then
I don't know, but I don't want to get to the point where, you shouldn't have. Way back, in 2022, you should have stopped getting buzzed on the pubs. Yeah, I was surprised that my numbers weren't good.
Hey, Johnny.
Yeah, because I only drank on Saturday nights, but they were not good.
Interesting. Yeah, I mean, then if you save it up for long enough, when you get old enough, then the doctors will say, "Oh, you're in great shape. You can't drink too much now." Like there's some old guys where they're like, "Yeah, you can have. Doesn't matter now. You're fine." So save it up for the.
Save it up. You're right.
Johnny's back. Guess who's back?
Oh, he found you.
Found us.
Outstanding.
Drinking Bud Light is drinking, but that's why I drink it, Mr. Topple, because most nights if I have a couple of those, it takes the urge away for me to go bottle crazy or some other shit, so. And that's just a go-to light beer for me. I only have these on Friday and Saturday, which, hey, I really love the taste of rum. I've been way into it lately. Yeah, sure, this is just what you want to hear.
Yeah, I like rum too. So
I know. This happened on occasion, Cup of Tea. I'm not going to deny it. It's something we generally don't talk about because it's his own business. So I don't want to break the guy's balls. But hey, it is what it is, man.
None of my business.
Have you watched this after the fact, the pub, like on rerun? I have on occasion.
No.
Sometimes the chat is completely gone.
Really?
Chat is not available.
Wonder why. Maybe they censor it because they didn't like something yet. I don't know.
Right. Remember the stuff when I made you guys like mods?
Yeah, I remember that. But that can't be it. That's just swear words, right?
Yeah, I guess. I don't know. Or maybe for small time shows like this, they just don't repeat the chat.
This is YouTube's. Nobody knows. Even important YouTubers who have huge followings, they get demonetized, and they don't. Sometimes they don't really know what the issue is because YouTube is not very good, or wasn't very good at communicating. So it seems kind of arbitrary, and then it's the same with you for sure. They probably don't think you're worth communicating with.
Not me, but a case in point of somebody who is worth it and worth more is Soft White Underbelly.
Soft White Underbelly, but they did communicate with him.
but he got demonetized no matter what. He could have said,
Right. He's
I'm interviewing these people because they're the salt of the earth who happen to work in the sex industry. He's not interviewing them for sexual content.
exactly. It's not for prurient interest that these videos are, and they're not particularly. They're not titillating or anything like
Oh,
that.
no.
They're kind of the truth, the soft white underbelly
Exactly.
of it. So it's stupid for YouTube.
It's
And he
absolutely
thinks, he's implying, he didn't say it, but he's implying that if somebody with a brain at YouTube had actually looked at the content with seriousness, they would realize that it shouldn't be banned. It should be the stuff that they should be most proud of.
right. And the guy's got money from other places. I think he donates almost everything from YouTube to foundations, organizations that help people on Skid Row, that help these poor, pathetic wretches of human beings, you know?
He says he doesn't take any profit, and I believe him. 'Cause
Right.
his show is, reeks of integrity, so I don't suspect that he personally is anything else.
Hey, have you seen, in case anyone's wondering, this is the channel Soft White Underbelly. It's on YouTube. It's a fabulous interview channel.
It is.
Have you seen the one where he interviews the Appalachian families?
No, I have a lot of them I want to catch up and watch.
He has one where a few interviews with them. One, him and his wife kind of make breakfast for them and sort of interact with them. But pretty shocking. If indeed what these people are suffering from is from inbreeding, which is, I don't know if it's openly said, but I think it's kind of said or implied.
Yeah.
The state that the genetics that these people have, it's pretty crazy, man.
Yeah.
Because that was normal down there. And I mean, just that thought alone, you're thinking like out of pure just curiosity, you want to watch it just to see, and I think he ends up getting a connection with these people where he's not there saying, look at these freaks, he's sort of saying like these human beings exist and like this
Absolutely.
is their story, but of course the curiosity of everybody, the underlying curiosity is, oh, fentanyl addict, ooh, Appalachian inbred people, ooh, lifelong prostitute, what was one, narcoleptic or something, a person who was not necrophagy, is that what it's called? Like
with having sex with the dead?
Yeah, he interviews
necrophilia. That's what that is.
Necrophiliac. He interviews one of them. Dude, the comments are turned off for that video. But yeah, when I saw that one pop up, I was like, oh, fuck, I got to watch this guy.
I don't know if I could. I haven't seen that, and I'm not sure I want to.
You have to. It's not, that one is not gory. It's just once he gets into his psychology of how he thinks, you're like, whoa, this guy is totally...
Some of these things really creep me out.
Mm-hmm. That could be a front runner for most people, right?
Yeah.
There, but I hear you. And just there's so many cool different interviews on that. There's people who had trauma at an early age or have like.
Yeah, and he does interviews that other people don't do. So it's filling a gap.
That's right.
So it's unique. It's relatively unique content, and it's just, that's why I say it's something YouTube should be proud of. It's something they should be proud of, and they just treat them like shit. And it's probably just some lazy idiot who's one of 1,000 they have in their censorship department that spent 30 seconds and saw a prostitute that was wearing a low cut top or something and just decided that this is just TNA.
Right. And they basically demonetized anything that they deemed sexual in nature or content. Which is insane. As
if this is the 1950s and there's the broadcaster's code or something.
It doesn't make any sense. Yeah. Meanwhile, over on Twitch, you have an entire genre called hot tubs and pools, and it's
right. Those streamers make the most money on Twitch, right. And that is just TNA.
Totally. You go over to Instagram, and every other video is chicks shaking their butts, and it's like, what the hell is? what is YouTube? Isn't like church or morally
or
centered,
it's
or
not the Mormon channel, right?
it's bizarre, man.
It's it's just stupid. It's garbage. The same content would be looked at by a more intelligent or more energetic one of those 1,000 censors, and he would say, "Well, this is perfect. We don't want to do anything to this."
Right.
But I don't know. Is there an appeal process? There's no buttons to click. Basically, you just get a notice that says you're fucked.
Yeah. I mean, there on the creator channel, there is some intercommunication stuff that you have that
Yeah.
I do think eventually gets through to people. But like you said, I think for them to overturn a call is literally harder than overturning a ball in a call in a baseball game. Like they'd rather just say, no, we're going to ignore you rather than to go and investigate. And
What I've heard actually happens, I think I heard this from maybe Matt Taibbi's one of his articles, is that you have to know somebody who works at YouTube in the company, or somebody who knows somebody, and you pass a message to them, and that's how you get an appeal. I mean, that's terrible. But they don't care. Money flows out of a spigot for them. They get so much ad revenue. One or two, even big channels don't really especially if they demonetized you, but they're still making all the ad revenue anyways. It actually makes them more wealthy. So
yeah, there's really no legal contract.
There's no legal contract. There's no incentive. Right. There's nothing.
Like when you buy, let's say like a Delta faucet that comes with a lifetime warranty on parts, that means that when something breaks on it, they'll always have somebody on the other end to receive an email, or in customer service, you might have to wait, but
right.
They'll handle your case and fix it. But with YouTube, there's no contract. So this point of contact person that you could call, first of all, the company of YouTube, they'd have to have high rises full of people answering the phone and answering emails. So for them, the cost would just be so prohibitive that they don't even.
I don't know that it would be, but it would be high. I agree.
It would
especially
be high.
When there's so many YouTube users. There's probably a lot more YouTube creators than. Well, maybe there's not. I don't know. Delta Faucet people that need warranty service. I really don't know. But
it's an international company.
YouTube makes so much money that it's not like they can't afford to have a better quality product, which means something like Soft White Underbelly has to be monetized, or eventually they'll leave YouTube for something where they can recoup some of these costs. These are good productions, and they're not.
Right. They
cost money.
Shit. They're not like this shit, like right here.
And the guy who makes them does care about the people he sees, so he wants to donate money to these causes. He doesn't just. He's not just exploiting them. So I think YouTube is the bad guy here.
Oh, definitely.
In a way that's unambiguous and incontrovertible. It's just terrible. It really bothers me.
You know what? I've heard the theory recently that one of the main things that YouTube had a hard time recovering from was that it was all over the media that the Christchurch shooter in New Zealand was indoctrinated and totally educated through all of those ideas from things he found on YouTube. And that was
allegedly, but yes.
That was a label that was placed on him.
Yeah.
Which also then became a label that was placed on YouTube, of course.
I get that there is pressure on them to censor things because of events like that.
Right.
But Soft White Underbelly doesn't fit into that category. There's nothing there to encourage. It's not like he's interviewing ISIS murderers and they're, trying to pitch joining ISIS. There's nothing like that at all.
Exactly. There are other channels that are, I could say, far more controversial than that still exists.
A lot of them are probably demonetized too. They've read a huge crackdown on channels and they get demonetized.
Do you follow Steve Oatley at all?
No.
Big, huge. shaved head beard guy who's
No.
kind of an ex-trucker. He runs a conservative platform. I can't believe he's still alive, but he's got mods and he can't talk about certain things, so he's smart about it, But yeah, it's a tough place for those types of people, Drone Tech still has a channel. He's still doing his thing, but
Yeah, he's pretty small. He might be able to fly under the radar. I mean, he's not too small, but he's
Right.
not like soft white underbelly.
when he comes on here, he gives us like 1,000 views, so it's
Yeah, that's
awesome.
true. He's definitely bigger than this, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's built himself through his own hard work, a good following.
Totally.
Yeah, there's a channel I follow. It's an aviation channel. It's called Blanco Lirio. Blanco Lirio. It's a funny name, but the guy's name is Juan Brown. I don't know what Blanco Lirio means. But
Well, I know it's white something.
Blanco sounds white, right? Lirio, I don't know what it means.
What's his name?
Juan Brown. He's a pilot, a commercial. I think he's a 777 pilot. So it's a big plane.
Huh.
But he talks about aviation things. Sometimes they include aviation accidents, and I think because it's a loss of life, and he talks about it, they have demonetized him.
That's stupid.
So he relies on Patreon supporters, and he does get support, but still, YouTube should be. This is what YouTube should be proud of. It would be like on Live Leak, the Your Says. That's the gems.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is exactly the equivalent of that. I agree. And like, who didn't love to watch like the show Air Disasters? That's where I cut my teeth on the whole aviation crash thing. That was on like Discovery or the History Channel or whatever. Like
it's on Hulu now, and Hulu Plus, that is, and they put it on there because it makes them money, and they're not demonetized. They're part of the ad supported and Hulu supported environment. They're not stuck in some demonetized ghetto, or they would just say fuck off, we'll go somewhere else.
Exactly.
But YouTube, there's only one YouTube. There's no really any competition, so YouTube can tell you to fuck off, and you'll just say thank you. May I please have another?
Look at that, Carol. Carol, fact checker. Nice job, Carol.
Thank you, Carol.
I like you.
It's good to have somebody have a brain in this, because I don't.
Yeah. Or to be able to use Google.
Hey, Aphid Lip, come on.
Aphid's here.
Yeah.
Yeah, we've. I was hoping to get Aphid and Mr. Topple on here.
Yeah, they'll be on eventually, I assume.
And we could talk about. We could all talk about maybe a trip to Martha's Vineyard or something else going on at Martha's Vineyard.
That would be interesting. Yep.
Yeah, because I know there's some divergent opinions here. I mean, I can go ahead. I'm going to just go ahead and guess yours. That you're going to say, I think that was pretty stupid sending those people there.
I'm of mixed opinion. I understand that they actually wanted to go to Martha's Vineyard, and so they were sent there. But Martha's Vineyard is an island, and it is stupid to send people to an island. Their infrastructure is no more than it exists now, and if they certainly can't handle many refugees. They could probably handle 10, and it's probably not that many that wanted to go there. So, I'm not totally sympathetic to Martha's Vineyard.
Well, let me tell you this. Most of the crowd that works there on the summer does not live there because there's no housing for even.
There's no housing, right?
There's no housing for the working class of people that live there.
Yeah, this is what Aphid Lip was getting at, is that you need. It's one thing to send people there, but you should coordinate it, or you're just sending them into hell. I mean, a lot of these. The truth is, in Texas, a lot of these immigrants, refugees, they end up living under a bridge because they can't get housing. So it's not like Texas doesn't have just the same kind of problems. And
consider it a roof above their head. We gave them something.
That's true, and it's not cold in Texas like can get in Martha's Vineyard. But
But sometimes because of global warming, it'll snow in Texas. It's
that's
one of
true.
the paradoxes of global
And it'll be
warming.
70 degrees in October in Martha's Vineyard.
Exactly.
So I guess I'm not totally sympathetic to Martha's Vineyard, but I don't think it's the right thing to do is to just stick people on a bus and when they get out, you say surprise.
Mm-hmm.
I mean that's just wrong. Why? And this is just the federal government's responsibility.
And the ones with the speech impediment said supplies.
Supplies. They probably said something in Spanish and nobody understands.
Right. So they thought they were going to Boston. He heard it from their own mouths. Yeah, Boston? Well, there's plenty of shelters in Boston. Mayor Wu, she's a bastion of the of the left. So
they wanted to go to Boston.
Mayor Wu would have.
Well, Martha's Vineyard residents can certainly afford to put them on a boat to Boston.
Yeah, the ones in Shellmark have a lot of money. In fact, Alan Dershowitz and Larry David famously got into a yelling match on Martha's Vineyard. Those are two men that might have a couple of bucks between.
I heard about that. Yeah, exactly.
So Dershowitz, they're saying they don't want him to do his monthly talk at the public library. 50 people show up and tell me if you happen to be there, I'd be like, fuck yeah, I'll go listen to Dershowitz talk just because he's got opinions. He's got opinions, and whatever you think of the guy, I do think he's a smart person.
He's a smart guy. He sure is a smart guy.
Pretty damn interesting to hear him talk about, pontificate about things for sure. Dershowitz at the library on the Vineyard in Edgartown, probably. As long as you stay out of Chillmark, they don't care.
Yeah. So what did they do? Did the tech? I don't know where they came from. Florida or did it come from Texas? I don't remember. The Martha's Vineyard.
They were DeSantis.
So he must have paid for boat tickets too.
No, he flew them up on charter planes.
Oh my God, that's expensive.
Yeah,
I think the Texas was just giving him bus rides. That's relatively cheap. But DeSantis just does it for public relations and to energize his base. He doesn't. He never does anything for the right reasons.
I'm pretty sure he's up for election.
Re-election, DeSantis?
I think so.
Yeah, I think he is. Charlie Crist is running against him.
Right. So, I mean, this is clearly got election stunt written all over it.
Absolutely.
But I think a lot of them are Argentinians.
Okay. Really? I don't know that there are many are refugees from Argentina.
I thought I've read it. Yeah.
I mean, you could be right, but Argentina is a stable country. There's no reason with
Venezuela. I'm sorry, Venezuela.
That's entirely different.
Yeah, totally.
Okay.
Right.
Yeah.
Argentina is good. They got the beef. Venezuela is fucked. That rub was good. I should have another. All right, Top. We want to talk Martha's Vineyard and immigrants. If you want to, calling him Top, it just reminded me. Haven't seen or heard from McGrandy at all.
Oh yeah, I haven't heard from him. Well, he might show up.
He might be lurking. Now that I mentioned him, he's going to pop on with a 5-minute delay.
Well, he was able to correct it last time, so that was. I thought, oh no, it's all back to the way it was, but somehow he got it fixed.
He's as advanced as a young Matthew Broderick in what was the movie where he made the nuclear bomb out of the 2 salad bowls and he had the computer that.
I don't think I saw that movie.
Are you kidding me?
I may not have.
Wow, he was just a teenager. My drinks are empty, so I'm going to take about 45 seconds.
Okay.
But should I mean, we need other. Let me just go to the fridge here. I'll stay on cam, and I'll even keep talking.
Okay.
I'm still talking.
Oh, Topple. We don't tempt the devil there, Topple.
Ooh, I have some of this. I got some moonshine.
Did you say kombucha?
No, moonshine.
Oh, moonshine.
Healthier than kombucha.
Man, it looks red. You got the cherries in there?
Yeah, it was cherry moonshine.
Okay.
It smells like maraschino cherries.
Okay.
Oh, it's horrible. It tastes like Robitussin.
Have you had it before? So it's not like wood alcohol. You're going to be deader than a doornail in Jankum. Yeah.
It was legal stuff.
Oh, it was okay.
It was like my buddy gave me this giant jar of cherries soaked in moonshine, and I
You know
threw
what?
away most of the cherries and strained out all the moonshine and saved it, thinking that the booze was the good part. But nothing was good about it. It was just all bad. So,
You probably should call it moonshine on air.
but it was something you could legally buy.
Okay.
It was labeled as cherry soaked in moonshine. Or something.
Okay.
It's not like something.
You hear that, FBI? This was legal.
No, it wasn't something I
AFED.
I've never tried to make it yet. But when I do, I won't talk about it on the air. See, that's how you'll know.
So that's smart.
Mhm. Exactly.
I did have one aviation story I wanted to bring up. Nobody's going to be interested in it, but I still wanted to bring it
I
up.
am.
So I don't know if you're aware. There's a company called Cirrus that makes airplanes, and
Yes, I've heard of them.
their airplanes have a parachute.
Parachute. Yeah. Yes.
And hundreds of people, or maybe 100 people, have deployed it. Presumably, it saved nearly that many lives. They also had a jet that it was a much harder engineering problem because jets are much heavier. But they installed a parachute on all these jets. But nobody had ever deployed one because maybe people that own jets take better care of them. I don't know.
Well, had they deployed one with dummies in it to see if
They had done testing with it and they thought it would work, but people were skeptical because the company claimed that they had done the engineering. Well, just this last week, for the first time, one of their jets, for some reason, we don't know yet why, but presumably because he's crashing, he deployed the parachute and it worked. They came down in a storm.
So the whole jet comes down nose first.
Nose first with a big parachute out the back.
Bonks and going. I mean, you must have.
Well, this was the problem. Is they were in a storm and there were heavy winds. So once it hit the ground, the parachute was getting pulled and it was powerful enough. It's a big parachute it's got to be big enough to, keep the jet from hitting too hard. So the wind caught it and the jet was, doing cartwheels on the ground. And finally they got hung up in trees and that was the end of it. But I believe everybody on board survived and without life-altering injuries. So it worked.
Yeah, and in order to put a quick release on that system, you'd be risking quick releasing the parachute in midair and having the thing drop down like a missile.
Right.
So it's almost like you need it to be a permanent attachment.
Right. I don't think they have a quick release. That's people who are pulling them are already panicking, so you don't want to.
Exactly.
You don't want to have a button that live, die, live, die. There's which one do I pull?
So they're not automatic.
Topple, you're smart, and we all admire you. So you go ahead and come on.
Yeah, now he's playing this game where he's gonna.
He's acting insecure. We gotta.
Yeah, a little cold.
Oh, come on, Topple, you're a great guy. Oh, come on.
Get on here, chug some booze from the bottle. Come on.
Exactly.
I mean, I don't want to make people chug booze. That's not what it's about here at the pub.
You don't. Topple, nobody makes him do anything.
No, that's right. Also smoke weed too.
Right. Exactly, Topple. We know it.
He's fishing. Okay. Yeah, I've been doing good on the fishing lately.
I heard. Yeah.
Yeah, my kid caught a fish yesterday evening down here at the beach. Pretty awesome. Her first ever 2-foot striper. It's killer. You ever caught a striped bass from the ocean?
I don't like. I'm not a big fan of ocean fishing, but I probably would enjoy. I probably would enjoy catching striped bass.
You wouldn't want to sit there in a beach chair, sipping a beer, looking at the ocean.
I mean, if I lived on a beach, I probably would enjoy that. But I grew up in Chicago, so I learned. I grew up freshwater fishing, and I loved it. So I don't fish anymore. It's not something a vegetarian does, but I did love it.
Wait, does that go? Is that those things go hand in hand? Vegetarian
Pretty much.
fish.
Pretty much. I mean, you could catch and release, but it's
You're
still,
still
you know,
hooking the fuck out of them.
you're certainly subjecting the fish to stress when you
Yeah.
really. And then there's some people that use like barbless hooks now, but it's still stressful. But
Wince.
it's less likely to harm the fish.
Of course, I know that. But it's also more likely to lose the fish.
Right. Much more.
Barb
Likely.
holds that sucker on there.
That's why they put the barb on.
Exactly. Well, I mean, anything. How far do you carry that with?
Everybody does it
Would
to
you
whatever
have,
their comfort level is. It's different for everybody.
do you have bad mosquitoes around your house, say?
I do have bad mosquitoes, and
Would you get it sprayed or spray for them?
I don't. If it was bad enough, I might. Like
So-
when ants invade the house, I use
You kill
ant
them.
traps with that's bait and it kills them because
How about mice?
mice. I have in the past tried to get stay alive traps where they're
Okay. So
trapped, and I'll go out and I'll drive like 10 miles away and release them because they
Mouse-
can figure their way right back too.
mouse makes the cut. Their
Mouse makes the
survival
cut. Yes.
So fish, mice, obviously anything bigger than a mouse. So mouse is the smallest, essentially, mammal you're going to deal with. So your cutoff goes from basically insects or spiders, dead, mice, and larger.
Not spiders. I will take spiders, wrap them up in a napkin, and take them outside. I'm terrified of spiders, but I won't kill them.
Even
take
a
them out.
brown recluse?
Well, I've never seen one. I don't know what I would do.
How about a black widow?
I've only seen one. I saw one on something as I was at the dump throwing something out, and it turned it upside down, and there's like a little lip on the rim, but you can't get underneath it. You can't see underneath it. I turned it upside down, and I thought it was a black widow, and it jumped down, and it was going down on its web. What do you call it? The filament, one little filament strand going down, and then he fell into the dump. And I was thinking, should I warn them that there's a black widow now when their workers got to do it? But it's probably full of black widows there. It's Maryland.
Filthy with black widows.
Yeah.
And spiders. Anyways, here's aphid lip.
Aphid lip.
Hello?
Speaking of black widows, aphid lip's here.
Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, you're a little weak again.
Yeah, wait. Is
I
your
don't know
audio
what's going on
right?
with this mic.
Now point that thing right at your mouth.
I mean, it is because I know it's not this side, right? That's worse, right?
It's a little less
Hello?
clear but louder when
Hello?
you do that.
Hello.
Both sides are fine. The side you have towards you is good. It's like dull. It's dark. There's no top end. Wow, that
All right.
got brighter.
I'll come right back.
Oh no,
Oh
he's
no.
not going to come right back. He's going to leave.
I
Is
will.
us.
some-
I'll be right here.
Is somehow the light related to the mic? I mean,
Well, look, cup of tea always there for. No, I can't feature that comment because that word is no longer allowed. Cup, but yet it's funny. I'll still laugh, even though I'm not supposed to. You don't laugh at it, huh? Last Dance. Look at you. Good man.
okay.
I've less than English or Irish. Okay, that's okay, Paul.
I mean,
Who's Undersecretary woman?
Carol says she thinks it's Victoria Newland.
Is that right?
She is in the government. I don't know if she's in the
United
State
States?
Department or.
Never heard of her before. You
Yeah,
think they're going to file charges against Trump?
I do.
You do,
I do.
for the docs.
That will be for like an Espionage Act violation for
Uh-huh.
classified documents. That's probably a difficult. I don't know if they'll prosecute for that. Not because they don't have cause, but because it's hard to prove to a jury. Because Trump will just say, "Yeah, I declassified them. I was the president. I could decide what was classified and what wasn't, and I declassified them." Now they'll say, "Well, you didn't record that you declassified them." He'll just say, "Well, I still was president and I still declassified them, and I'm the one who can do it." Now, they might say, "But you're supposed to record that. Otherwise, how would we know?" But the jury might, this is a jury of your peers, and all you need is one juror, and you're not going to be able to strike jurors for having voted for Trump, because
Yeah,
that would be.
on that note, let me ask you how he may be in modern American history the most polarizing figure.
Oh, for sure, not even
So,
close.
like, how do you
Not
vet
since Abraham Lincoln.
right?
That's how
How do
far
you
back.
vet that or suss that out amongst the jury? Like, how
It's a nightmare for both the
it's a
defense and
fucking
the and the
nightmare.
and the prosecution.
It's
So I
impossible.
don't. I think the prosecution is not going to want to go down a road like that that could end in an acquittal. It's just not worth the trouble, the expense. So I think they're going to go for something that they are very confident even a Trump supporter would convict on.
Boy, I don't see that they're a Trump supporter convicting him on anything. I think
I
that's an
worry about that.
That's an
I worry
oxymoron.
about that. I do worry about that. I mean, that's the thing about Trump supporters is they just they're willing to ignore anything he does that in my opinion is atrocious and illegal. They'll they'll just say, oh, that's just the deep state turning on him.
That's their new version of Silent Night.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know, man. I don't want to get into seeming like we're being like bashing on Trump or Trump
No,
supporters because I would want them to come here and debate
absolutely.
or talk
Absolutely.
I do consider this to be a free and open discussion, and I would never want it to seem like we're one-sided.
People who say the deep state turned against him, they have a lot of evidence that, or at least anecdotal evidence that suggests that that's true. I mean, I think that's not an outrageous conspiracy. It's a convenient conspiracy, but there's the FBI. I think behaved badly during
the raid.
Not the raid, but certainly during Trump's tenure and with the Carter Page warrant and a lot of the stuff that the FBI did, it smacked of partisanship. So, in the end, there's the FBI. There's so many checks and balances that it's not going to be. Even partisans aren't going to be engaging in that stuff. I believe, but people don't trust him. When you lose trust, you don't get the benefit of the doubt anymore. And when someone says it's the deep state, the people that lost trust won't dismiss it out of hand. Even if they don't entirely 100% believe it, they won't dismiss it out of hand.
Now, being you have pretty two solid Americans here, Paul. I don't know what you're talking about. I've never seen a gold flag with a braid around it.
I don't know what that is.
So never heard of that. Maybe we're the Americans that just get the regular flag, and the whole this secret society gets the special gold band thing. But never heard of that, buddy. But search out. Tell us what you find, Paul.
Carol asks, how long is this obsession with Trump going to go on? I'm afraid it's going to go on until he passes away.
Well, if he doesn't,
or if he gives up on politics, let's go there.
Right. If he has a serious impact on the next election, like, for example, if he runs and they lose, he's still going to be a huge part of it. If he runs and wins, he'll still be a huge part. If he doesn't run at all, which I think is a possibility, I think he'll start to just sort of fall off into the ether. But I don't think it's the high. Do you think? I have a feeling he's going to run, or if he gets charged, he's going to achieve like a status.
Yeah, he'd be a martyr. He'll run, and that he's a martyr. I mean, I don't want to bash Trump, but my opinion of him is very low. I think he loves the adulation, and he's an adulation junkie, and that's the main thing. It's not not interested in the country or making specific improvements. He's interested in staying in the middle of the of this limelight, where
Yeah.
he's treated like a god by a certain large subset of the people that voted for him in 2016 and 2020.
Of which were you either of those?
I voted for him in 2016. Yeah,
Not 2020.
not 2020.
Did you vote in 2020?
No, I did. I did vote for him in 2020.
2020. You bastard!
No, I voted for him in 2020. Yeah.
Get him, Aphid.
Fucking idiot.
Yeah, I regret it. I regret it. I mean, I didn't know what he was going to do on
I know. We know.
Jan 6th.
I know he incited a picnic.
I mean, I was already sick of him even in 2020, but I was
No, on
not
January
enthused
6th,
about Biden.
all he did on January 6th was incite a marshmallow roast. They made some s'mores over there. That's
You're
all
right.
I saw.
Right.
You know, it was Boy Scout. That's what we call it. The way I get together with my buddies, that was nothing. Come on, Lee, get those things connected. I'm not putting this. Anyways, how you doing, Aphid? What's life like?
Good. I bet my audio is still crap, isn't it?
Oh, it's awesome.
Now it's good.
Oh, really? Oh, good. I
What did you
restarted
do?
and I deleted the microphone and reinstalled it,
Okay.
and then restarted my computer. And it just all seemed like it wasn't really working that good.
Piff,
Here.
Windows. Yeah. That's what you get.
Bad gateway.
I'm a Mac man.
Well, I got one of those right here. If all else fails, so we'll go jump on over to that.
Yeah, how old is your Mac?
I don't know this one, and then I got an older one.
You don't buy anything new, right?
No. No, I really
Nothing wrong
don't.
with that, 'cause
Hardly anything.
New is getting ridiculously expensive. So
Oh yeah. I'm gonna have to get a new refrigerator.
Mm.
And
I did have to buy one of those not that long ago.
It's gonna hurt me.
And before refrigerator talk, I have to know. People call me the order master because I'm a foodie. Aphid, what was dinner?
Tonight it was IKEA's Swedish meatballs with
Ooh.
butter noodles and green beans.
You can buy those frozen at the supermarket now?
Fuck no, I don't buy shit like that. I made it from scratch.
You have the IKEA horse meat meatballs? Where did you get the horse meat?
No, it's half pork and half ground pork and half ground beef.
Okay. So you got that recipe, like the Swedish, their recipe.
Yeah.
Oh, cool. I love
Is it horse meat or elk meat?
Now, back in the day, there was a controversy that the meatballs they had at IKEA had horse in them.
Why? What's more controversial about having horse meat than cow meat?
I'm with you.
Well, my kid doesn't have cow riding lessons on the weekends.
Well, he could, but it's not as much fun. They're not as fast.
Now, what if it was dog meat? Are you against that, Last Dance?
I don't eat any meat, so I'm
No,
I'm
I
against it
understand,
all.
but do you see the hypocrisy in that whole thing?
Of course I do.
Oh,
'Cause
yeah, but I mean,
You're one of the only people that has ever agreed with me on that.
no. What, you want to eat dog? Is that what you're
No,
saying?
but I'm not going to be outraged if, like, in certain parts of the world, if
Chinese
that's the way
people
they
eat
were
dog,
raised.
right. To them,
I
a
don't
dog
see.
is.
Yeah,
There is exceptional cruelty in the way they. Sometimes they kill the dogs. Like I saw one video. I saw the video. It was on YouTube. I mean, on Twitter
Oh, I've
for
seen
a short
those
time.
videos. Those are horrendous.
He has like a blowtorch,
Yeah, it's terrible.
and
Yeah.
or no, they put the dog in boiling water. He had the blowtorch on a goat, a live goat, and he's blowtorching him, all around the back.
Don't think all of us meat eaters are like that.
No, I know, and I'm saying that there's clearly, you can be more or less cruel about your consumption.
I mean,
of meat.
you throw a lobster into a boiling vat of hot water.
Yeah.
We pay people to do that for us. The supermarket, they steal.
I mean, I'm not
them
going
and
to
pick
eat
them up.
a dog, and I'm not going to eat a cat, but I'm not going to be outraged if in some parts of the world, to them, that's as normal as us eating
No,
a cat.
I
or a
will
pig.
be. I will be. And the reason is because a lot of them know the beauty and joy that a dog can give to a family. They have dogs that are like snuggling and loving to their family and children and stuff. I don't know. I just think
Well,
it's another level, man.
it
You
is
guys
another
both
I don't
have
think it is.
dogs.
I don't
like,
think
you
it
know.
is. I really don't think it is. Not to me,
Yeah.
it isn't.
You know, the farmers, you know, they have livestock. They get attached to them.
Yeah, you know.
They struggle not to because they know what's going to happen, but they're never pets. They go off to slaughter when the time is right.
And I think years from now, maybe not as much, but most animals are going to have the same. We're going to figure out, which seems like we find out more and more, have the same feelings that people do. We think we're so much better than them.
You're exactly
Even a lobster probably is like, oh shit, here it goes.
right.
He's sitting in that fish tank, looking at everybody at Red Lobster, and he knows they're looking at him because he's dinner.
Yeah.
The lobsters at Red Lobster aren't in fish tanks that you can see.
Huh?
I don't think you can see them in Red Lobster.
Oh yeah, I was just at a Red Lobster about a month and a half ago.
Oh, so okay, I stand correct. But
Right when you walk in the front door, they got the big tank right there.
lobsters don't know what's coming. And
Yeah.
Even if they don't, it still doesn't. I don't see the difference.
they're a bug. They're an ocean bug.
I mean, if you want to eat people, then I'll draw the line. But bar that, I don't see. I might choose not to do it, but I'm not going to judge somebody else because they do it.
Agreed.
I won't draw the line at eating people. I certainly will draw the line at killing them to eat them. But if if you want human roadkill, and I mean they're dead, and if you like,
Yeah, it's an unusual topic.
a little bit of a flank steak,
or frank steak.
frank steak.
Ah,
And if there were people like that, soft white underbelly would find them.
I've seen Topple's belly, and smoked for a few hours. I could see that could be kind of tasty on a sandwich.
pork belly.
He's got just the right amount of fat to muscle ratio.
You remember that plane crash in the Andes where they were basically, a bunch of people died, but there were some survivors, and they had
Yeah, that was a movie and a book called
Right.
Alive.
and they ate their people that died, and
They had to do it. There's a picture. Have you seen the picture of them? They're all sitting there, and they're all dirty, and they've been there for a long time, and they look so happy, And then you think about it, and they've been sitting there eating the other people,
Right,
the
raw.
last few days coming up to that. That photo is good.
and a
good
couple of
photo.
them walked like fucking 100 miles through slushy, shitty snow and mountains, and walked to a
there
town.
was
Crazy.
it wasn't a B movie, it was like a Z movie called the Big Bus, from 30 years ago, from Troma Films. I don't know if you remember any of Troma Films. The best known of their movies was Cannibalistic Humanoid Underground Dweller.
Oh yeah, Chud.
Chuds, yeah.
Yeah,
But
that
they made.
went on to become an expression for ugly people.
I know.
In
but
the
they made-
90s, you'd be like, dude, she's a total chud. Stay away. If you were at the bar and like, chick had a nice butt, dude's trying to like look at her face. No, she's a chud, bro.
They made this movie called The Big Bus, and they were spoofing, disaster stories, and they, I forget, the bus crashed, or they were telling a story about the bus driver when he was on another bus that crashed, and someone said, and you actually ate some of your passengers, didn't you? No. Well, it says right here in this news story, oh, it was only an arm, and it was a stew.
Not bad.
Yeah.
I just watched.
At the time, I laughed.
I like it. I just watched Silence of the Lambs again. I know we've talked about this before, but
Yeah.
great movie. There he
Hello.
is.
Hey,
Hey, buddy, how you doing?
how you doing, Lee?
How are you guys? Good.
Lee, can we
We're
see
doing
your
good.
belly so we can decide if you would be good eatings or not?
I'm not interested.
Just
Speak for yourself, Philip.
Nothing. Ignore that.
Sorry, Lee.
What do you got there? A Virginia Slim 120? That looks like a long cigarette. Have I made that joke before? I'm getting
Just a Benson and Hedges.
Benson and Hedges. Oh wow.
Oh, my wife used to smoke those.
Mhm.
Hey, Lee, sorry for your loss.
Yeah, it's sad. It's really sad. It really
Yeah.
is. Yeah. I mean, whether you're a royalist or you're not a royalist or what politics you hold, at the end of the day, she did do a good job. It's, she's been there a long, long time, forged lots of good relationships. So yeah, I am sad. I am sad that she's died. Definitely.
Are
She-
you a royalophile or more of the opposite?
I'm that kind of bit mixed. I mean, sometimes I think, oh, well, the amount of money that's pumped into it.
Yeah,
But then I also think, you know what, from on the political stage, sometimes, although they say they don't get involved in politics, a visit to a country can do a lot of good and keeps the Commonwealth together. And whether that goes on, by the way, will be interesting to see in the future. But no, overall, I think she's been good for the country. That's for sure. So it's a sad loss.
In your class, let's say your upper middle, upper class, whatever it is, have you ever directly had a financial benefit from the monarchy at all, or is all they have ever done is take a percentage of your tax money?
Yeah.
Essentially.
Well,
I mean, I know they do a lot of charity work, but doesn't that charity end up being for the downtrodden and afflicted people in society?
True. Well, the first port of call, everybody goes, tourism, how much they bring in through tourism.
Okay.
So, and that's worth quite a bit. People want to come and see Buckingham Palace and any of the other palaces around London and the history that's then involved because
that's why I think you guys should keep your monarchy because
it's a win.
Because it's like 1,000 years of British history are centered and evolved centered around the monarchy, and you're lucky that you can preserve 1,000 years of history with a still running monarchy.
Yeah, it's true. It's very true. Yeah,
and I know that Brits are more preservation oriented than Americans are. I saw that when I went there.
Yeah.
So, it may not be about being a royalist. It's more about this connection from now to 1,000 years through.
Yeah.
I mean, people in America, all they hear is that King Henry VIII beheaded is why the YMCA didn't want. Well, that's pretty bad. But there were a lot of, first in the world reforms that King Henry had to do to accommodate, the rabble and the lords that didn't like the way things were run. So they were, the current civil rights, many of those evolved during, through King Henry VIII, for example.
Exactly, and one of his children obviously being Elizabeth I.
Elizabeth I, yeah. So
was an amazing queen, fought off the Spanish and was a very strong lady, in a man's world that had a really good reign. It was a golden period. So,
and I understand that it's expensive, and I could certainly understand wanting to be less expensive. But how much of that money do they put in the bank? I mean, those castles, Buckingham Palace, all that property, it takes a lot to maintain it, and that's just again preserving history.
Yeah, and they own a lot of land. I mean, Prince Charles, well, it's now King Charles III, of course, is the Duchy of Cornwall, which means that there are, I'm not sure if it's all, but it's the great majority of farm owners are basically tenants on his land. So he's able to take a percentage of everything that they make to add to it. So they're sort of self-reliant in a way.
Do they pay like a tax to him, like a
they will,
like a sharecropper.
That's right, yeah. Because he owns all the land.
It's the feudal system.
Yeah, sharecroppers, man. Those were people who often had been slaves before and then had to tend farms on other people's lands, right? Isn't that?
Yeah.
So one of the things I noticed when I was over there that's different from being in the U.S. is there's always the same inexorable pressures for real estate development. That developers are always wanting to turn farmland into dense housing and everything. And in America, in America, they typically get their way. People grumble, but they're not enough. In the UK, it's a big deal. There's a lot of opposition, and it's not a sure thing that those developers will get their way like it is in the
Yeah,
United
it's
States.
so true.
There's much more preservation minded, which I think comes with having 1,000 years of history that you don't want to see lost, or you don't want to lose any of it.
Be eroded, yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, here in Massachusetts with developing, if you want to make something really huge, they force you to make 20% affordable housing. So builders will make them just smaller than what they think that number would be. So they only have to have, out of say 40 units, they would have to have 3 affordable housing. But if they want to jump up to like a over 60 or something, or if they get close to that and they think they've crossed the threshold, then they have to have 20%. So it's a thing here for luxury builders to want to just keep them small enough to keep only 3 units designated as that. But once you go over that threshold, there it becomes what they call a 40B, which is a state thing, and then you have to have like so much more affordable housing, which could bring down the general value of the whole property and also add significant cost to turnover of every apartment after these types of people move out. So it's a whole theory of development and building, and that's the biggest influence here in Massachusetts when it comes to development. It's A, you have to pass the environmental tests, and B, you have to get past the state by using like the laws. Hey, look, it's somebody from Martha's Vineyard. Mr. Chalupas.
It looks just like Topple.
How you doing?
That's a little to what we go through here for development.
Hey, Topple, how you doing?
What's going on? How's everybody doing this fine
We're
Saturday
doing good.
night?
Yeah, there we go.
One thing we do have, which has been reported quite a bit, is just the amount of Americans that are also in the queues to pay their last respects to the Queen. So that the camera crews are going probably out of their way to hunt them down, but they're like, what made you travel over? And lots of Americans in the crowd as well saying, how much they respected her and they felt that they had to make the trip and stuff. So, yeah.
So they could get a real good selfie.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I was going to ask you for a place to crash, Lee, but I thought so.
Anytime, you're always welcome, Steve. Not a problem.
And when the next monarch dies, I am there, buddy.
You're there. Okay, no props.
I remember that Free Man on the Land cartoon where the Prince Charles is digging the grave, and and he says, "Finally, I'm almost dead myself."
Yeah. Well, that's a good point, isn't it? Because it might not be long before we're celebrating that Williams becomes king. It might, that could happen in the next 5-10 years.
I mean, not everybody's going to live to be 96.
Exactly.
And the Queen was a remarkably compos mentis. She was more with it than Biden is today. Let's put it that way.
Well, was it only 2 days before she died? She was at Balmoral and she was welcoming the new prime minister. So you're thinking, bloody hell, she was. I'm sure it was some effort, but she managed to even get that done just before she died. So.
I remember hearing a recording of something she was saying, and I thought, well, this must have been 20 years ago. It was this year.
Yeah.
She was. Yeah. Her mind was pretty much all there.
Oh, no kidding. Oh, look at Paul Greystone dropping a little knowledge. He was booed.
Well,
yeah, there has been some of that. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like it. So
I guess he's not welcome in Canada. They said
he's not welcome in Canada, huh?
Really?
That's what they were saying. That he's got to be invited, or it'll be a bad move.
Okay.
Why? What is this connected to?
No, I don't know, but they're in the Commonwealth or whatever. So
right, I know that. Yeah.
But they said that, I guess they're like Lee was alluding to, they're going to be treading on thin ice, hoping that they can keep as much of it together as possible.
Yeah,
well,
true.
Canada has this friggin' representative from the UK. I can't remember what it's called, but they have to ratify and sign every single thing that gets passed into law in Canada. Because
Governor General, I think.
Governor General, yeah, it's a woman right now, I believe. So yeah, there is a deep connection to it. Even though Canada is independent, they still hold like some connection to the colony,
Because,
the colonial, whatever.
because they are proud of their connection, so they don't want to sever it. It's not because it's. They certainly don't. There's no political will exerted by the crown in Canada, but
Right,
they're proud of their connection.
Yeah.
Canadians. Hey, what's up, Martha's Vineyard down there? Yo, you're not talking.
I don't care about the Queen, so I have nothing in. I have no input on this. No offense.
Well, I heard she loved you,
No offense
so that's
taken.
pretty vicious.
I don't even understand the whole thing anyway. Like, why the hell do you have a Queen in the UK?
Well, we just went over that.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Tourism.
That's it?
Basically, more or less, yeah. History and tourism and the general appeal of it internationally, in a sense, might bring more back. Let's say they spend, what do you think, $500 million a year on the monarchy, Lee? Is that right?
Yeah, well, the thing is, the history was that the people revolted. This is in a nutshell, by the way. People
Right.
revolted because they didn't believe there should be a monarchy, and at the time, the English monarchy was a bit scared because there'd been the French Revolution, and they basically chopped the head off the royals, and it was like, we're going to be,
Right.
yeah, and therefore the when it was put to the monarchy, I think was it Oliver. I always get them mixed up. Cromwell, yeah. The choice was you can stay in power, but there's going to be a parliament, and the people are going to choose the laws, and you're not basically God. So, and at that point, the monarchy decided, yeah, okay, we'll still have power, but there will be a parliament, and people will decide the laws.
It was a negotiated transfer of power from the monarchy to parliament, and it was an evolution, and it wasn't a peaceful evolution. The British Civil War with Oliver Cromwell was royalists versus the Republicans, or whatever they called them, Cromwell's side.
All right.
So that's why the UK kept a queen or a king. So it's worked quite well. It's worked out all right.
And it evolved to be basically a figurehead, but they love the history and they want it.
Yeah.
I want that connection.
And she's still, and whether you're a king or a queen, the prime minister still has to go once a week and sit with the king and queen and talk about obviously what's going on and what needs to be done.
Exactly.
And it needs her approval. And so, his approval now. He's so used to saying her because she was on the throne for so long.
Right. Amazing. Since what, 1952? It's unbelievable.
Yeah, unbelievable. Yeah,
absolutely. America needs a king or a queen. We gotta get people to come over here.
People are coming every day, and that they're getting bused to Martha's Vineyard.
Oh, whoa! I wasn't going there, but
okay. Never mind. Rewind.
I suppose, from my point of view, without stirring anything up, I've heard of it that some boys, I don't know, men, women were dropped off there, but. What's the huge story then? Is it? I don't understand why, because they're getting dropped everywhere, all over the US. So
they're being dropped in areas that they're not there's no housing for them or anything. It's a political stunt. It's a political stunt, but at the same time, I don't care.
So
because these people are getting treated well.
Right, so this place is called, what is it, Martha Village, is it? Did you say?
Vineyard.
Martha's Vineyard.
Martha's Vineyard.
Yeah. So, it's an island.
Oh, right. So they're arriving there, but there's no housing for them or nothing.
No house, no nothing.
Right here.
Oh, my God.
It's like the 1%.
And they're trapped on an island.
It's all rich people with their...
Yeah, I imagine rich people would live on an island, right? So I bet
it's not like there's vacant apartments on Martha's Vineyard.
My God. Well, yeah. So why take them there then? It's completely stupid.
Well, these states have criticized Texas and Florida for various, mistreatment allegedly of immigrants, and they all the cost and all the work is borne by Texas and Florida. So if someone, if like a governor of Massachusetts tweeted something that tried to shame Texas.
Yeah.
Governor puts on a bus load of immigrants and says, if you want to, anybody want to go to Massachusetts, Boston, and those who want to go, he says, I'll pay your ticket. You can go for free.
Oh my
And
God.
so they go, and then when the bus arrives at the bus terminal in Boston, and all these immigrants walk out, and then they say, "What do we do now?" There's no coordination. There's nothing.
And we're back.
Well, we've
That's,
been
that's
on.
just ridiculous. Yeah.
It's ridiculous, right?
Yeah.
So while I have sympathy for the Texas and Florida, I still think it's bad that you just send people, without some coordination.
Yeah.
You could at least tell them, not ask them, but tell them that I'm sent. I have the 35 or 50 immigrants coming on the bus that arrives at 9:30 p.m.
Exactly right. Like what you just said, if they had told Mayor Wu, who's the mayor of Boston, that we're bringing immigrants, she would have been all over it.
Back in a sec.
She herself's from a immigrant family, so she's also a very proud liberal Democratic mayor. I don't find all of her decisions to be good at all for the city, but if they had brought them to her, she would have had that shit ready to go. Shelters, yes, boom. Food, no problem. Martha's Vineyard. I mean, how fucking random is that?
I think it's awesome.
It's nonsensical because everyone knew the Obamas vacationed there. So were they saying we're going to send them there to get the Obamas or something?
Who knows?
Like
They keep delivering them at the vice president. What's her name? I forget it already.
Kamala Harris.
Oh, that person. Yeah, that one.
Well,
Kamala.
It's in D.C. though, right?
Kamala. Yes, and see, the D.C. mayor Muriel Bowser has tweeted,
They're in a state of emergency
thrown
now.
shade at Texas for mistreating immigrants, which was is a mistake. And so Governor Abbott is paying her back by sending immigrants to D.C.
No, and there should be no reason why the towns that physically touch, the states that physically touch the border should have to shoulder all of this
Exactly.
cost. It's absolutely ridiculous. There needs to be a system to spread these ones out. There also needs to be a system to provide for them to be able to earn and to be able to be tracked while they're here, not just sign a paper to see an immigration judge and go fuck off and buy to see them wherever they're going to fucking go and whatever they're going to do.
I don't understand why we don't go back to the old days and you had to apply to come in the States. And if you came in the States, bye-bye.
Well, I mean, they do have temporary green cards and permanent resident alien green cards. Which
Carol Collins makes a good point. They're also a sanctuary city where they like to advertise.
So that means if someone gets locked up, they don't contact ICE. So every crime that they do, they won't be deported, or it's not the right term. I forget what it is. But in the end, if they break the law, they're not going to be deported.
Right. Essentially, the way it's written now is if you are caught sneaking or illegally in the country, you are, you're deported, and then also you are never allowed to come back legally.
Right.
So they have that in place now?
Yeah. So, but that doesn't include if you are an asylum seeker.
Oh, okay.
So, boom, you say asylum, you're in.
And
there's this problem throughout the whole of Europe as well as the UK.
Of course,
where people are coming from North Africa, Syria, Libya, all the North African nations, and even into southern mid Africa, and most of them, as much as they're, I do believe this, and it's not about being conspiracy. Yeah, there are women and children, but in the main, it's young males, and it's
for economic reasons for the large part.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, but it's the infrastructure really isn't here to cope with it all. There's no doubt about that.
Not that many, right? I mean, there's a limit, and then but beyond that limit, there's
been some days where they're crossing the channel, where they're in boats, with motorboats, whatever. And I think it reached a peak during the summer. That some days it was 600 people a day, which might not sound much, but I don't know. I think it's a lot. Day after day. Crossing that channel. I mean, that's the thing that we find so annoying is that you leave North Africa and you've got to go through whether it's Greece, Italy, up through Germany, France, etc. But they make a beeline for the UK, and that's all down to the fact of what we offer.
Right.
And that's so annoying. Once they've reached mainland Europe, they can stay in any one of those countries, but they're just keen to move them on, let them travel through, get on a train, off you go to the UK.
So let me just clarify something with Topple here. So you said you think it's awesome that they sent them to Martha's Vineyard.
No.
Are you being facetious?
No. I don't think it's awesome. I think it's funny.
How so funny?
Because it's complete bullshit. Yeah, like first off, I'll say this: those 48 people will be treated better than anybody else that comes in these states, because now they're in the national spotlight.
Right.
And guess what? You're going to do same thing. The Republicans use it as political theater. Now it's time for the Democrats to use it as political theater. Look what we did for these people. That's what they're going to do. If he does it again, they'll
fade away. We won't ever hear about them after a couple more days.
Oh, we got a couple. Well, midterms are coming up.
Never forget Alien Gonzalez. Remember?
Yep.
Oh, when they put a gun into his face in that closet.
Yeah.
Jesus Christ, America! American with their goddamn guns.
That was bizarre.
I only see the steel.
The kid was like hiding in the closet with his uncle or something, right?
That still frame picture, though, of the gun right at the kid's head.
Was that Janet Reno?
That was the Janet Reno days, yep.
And you know what else she fucking did? She did David Koresh, the cult.
Waco.
Yep.
She sent the guys in, and fucking guys got shot all kinds of bullets through fucking federal agents because of her.
That was the ATF.
But that was on her direction.
She was the head of the Justice Department, yes.
To me, that was some of the first things that made me realize when I discovered Live Leak. I was like, yes, I've been looking for this. Like, because those old videos, the federal agents climbing up onto the roof, and then you see these puffs coming out of the siding, which is people shooting at them from the inside,
right?
And guys falling on the roof and like rolling off. I was like, holy shit, this video is compelling. And then down the road,
well, you know what?
You discover Live Leak, and it was
people talk about that the rights of the Waco people, their rights were violated. I say, how could let's not even get to there. That was the stupidest raid I've ever seen.
The idea was horrendous.
They just sent law enforcement into basically to their deaths. Basically, they didn't know what they were going, and they went into the window and they got shot. It's ridiculous.
Right. Like if you had some Navy SEALs there and said, "Go do that," they would have said, "Go fuck yourself." We're not going to drop fucking aluminum ladders on the side of the building and climb up on it. Like,
not when we have these hand grenades.
Oh, they would have had like so many more means of surprise and amazing tactics involved. It just seemed like
they would have blown the building up first, basically, or a wall or something,
Or seal them off from the outside, make an old siege thing from the Middle Ages, Just
they needed that Uvalde school police chief. Ahead of that deal.
He could just hang out and have coffee.
I was just thinking that, Ethan. I was just thinking that. Yeah.
Yeah, in some cases, that type of thing would have worked. Like, just, don't do anything. Just stand there.
That was in Philadelphia, Carol Collins. So probably before Topple was born.
Yeah, I wasn't born yet. Oh, I might have been. I don't know. When was that?
It was 1985.
Do the math.
May 13th. I was not born yet.
Okay.
Yeah, he had some 50 cals. Deuce, a fabulous gun.
The police drove a helicopter over, and they had a bomb that would have a strap. So he picked the bomb up, put his hand out of the helicopter, dropped it, and it blew up a few seconds later. I mean, and then it started a fire, which killed anybody who couldn't escape.
Terrible. That's what happened at
Yes.
Waco?
No.
This was Move. Move was kind of a bizarre group
Africa.
in Philadelphia. Yeah.
They were all named Africa.
Was it anything like that? What was it? The Liberation Army from the 70s? It was like
Symbionese Liberation Army that kidnapped Patty Hearst.
Yes.
No, I don't think they were quite like that. They weren't like communist terrorists like this SLA, but they were like separatists, who believed in black power and black empowerment. But I mean, sometimes law enforcement does the stupidest things. I remember when in Chicago back in the 70s, there was a guy. He was called the Spider-Man, and he decided he would climb the Sears Tower using suction cups.
They shot him down.
Well, he's going up. He figured out how to do this. He didn't this wasn't his first time. But then he was going up, and he's going up, and he's going up. And he's like at the 85th floor. And the fire department guys...
Water hosed him?
They water hose him. And the only thing that's going to happen... He's just going to fall to his death. So the real cops were down there, and they were like,
"What the fuck?
Get stopped up from doing that!" And so the fire department eventually stopped, and the guy didn't fall to his death like they were planning on. I don't know what they were doing, and
that's horrible.
He got to the top, and then he was arrested.
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah, back over here in Boston, around the Garden, like. It might have been in 2008, 2009 when the Celtics won, or I have a feeling it was more when the Sox won for like 2003, the first time in like 80-something years since the curse. Some girl had crawled up on fucking the side of Fenway. It's an old building with weird fucking fences and shit on the outside.
Funny angles and stuff, yeah.
She got up like 40 feet, and they fucking shot her with one of those pepper ball things.
So she fell 40 feet?
It hit her in the fucking face and knocked her unconscious, and she fell to her death.
Oh, my God.
And they paid her family $2 million. But I mean...
But what are they thinking? How stupid can you be?
The stupidity.
Yeah. It's crazy. Like, that's a bad decision law enforcement makes. Like, all she was drunk. I mean,
right.
She may have fallen anyways, but once they did that, they guaranteed the fall. And that's why the payout,
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, they probably had to pay out because of bad publicity. If nobody knew about it and it was not on camera or anything, and there were no witnesses, they probably would have just ignored it.
Of course. So what I'm trying to wake up here, fellas, is the lively thing we had going at the Discord.
The Discord thing, yeah.
Is that something that...
I was just being a dick.
Right, I thought so.
It's just business as usual.
Just being yourself.
Yeah.
All right.
No. I do believe in some of the stuff I did say, but some of the other shit, it's like just...
And I was just doing what I always do, which is take both sides in alternate times.
Aphid, yourself?
No, he was serious.
He was enraged. I mean, there were flames coming off his stuff.
Right.
I mean,
he knows me too well.
What did you think about this move by DeSantis?
I mean, I thought it was completely stupid. I don't have a problem if they want to disperse these immigrants all over the United States. Because I think that would give more of us a taste of the problem that's really going on. It's not fair. You go, we as Americans, we expect to see all white people that look like the five of us until you get to that border, and then you see, all the Mexican-looking people on the other side of that thing. But in all reality, it's a huge place, and you go to like Russia, and you got people that look completely different from people in other parts of Russia because it's so big,
Hey, goon.
But
but you don't think I think that because I work with all Puerto Ricans and they sure don't look like
you ever been to
crackers.
Texas?
Topple, he's talking about you when he says bitch.
But what I'm saying is, because there is a problem. We can't help all these people, and I don't care about I don't care. Like Topo was trying to act like how much I cared about him. I never said anything about how I cared about those people. I was talking about the move. I was talking about the move itself. It's just completely stupid. I mean, if they want to be like, look, we can't deal with this anymore. The rest of the United States is going to have to pick up the slack, and
That's
we're
right,
going to
Julia.
send so many up here and so many over here and so many over here. I have no problem with that whatsoever. But you just load these people on a plane and fly them into
Our
Martha's Vineyard.
taxpayers' dollars are going to pay for that. So we're
No, Florida. I think that was Florida that paid for those flights.
Yeah, I mean, it sounded like it was all DeSantis that did it.
And also, I've heard some grumblings that might have been borderline human trafficking. Is that possible?
That's such bullshit.
I don't.
He trafficked humans. He did the trafficking of the humans. Trafficked them.
He was they were in traffic and he did it. So they were trafficking humans.
Trafficando de humano. From
Now, I will say that I don't think people, I think people just think, oh, these people want to have it made, so they just want to come up here to the United States, which I'm sure there is a part of that. But most of these people have just the worst conditions possible. That the risk that they're taking, traveling all this or bringing them here, is worth it to them. So,
Yeah,
I do have sympathy for these people. It's not like they're freeloaders
they're
and they
human
just
beings. How can you
yeah.
not? They show pictures of them. I saw them kicking the soccer ball around. They're all really good soccer players outside of the church that took them in. And I'm like, yeah, they're just human beings out there kicking the ball around. That's what it would be like you and I hacky sacking or
Yeah.
kicking, throwing the football around, whatever. There's nothing wrong with them as such. It's just that it's not the right way to go about things coming in illegally.
Right. I don't know. I feel like it's dehumanizing him doing what he did to them. He's like using them as a he's not thinking of them as a human.
Right,
he's
right.
thinking of them
They're pawns in his political game. And
exactly.
he doesn't. They don't have faces or minds or lives to him.
Right.
They're just pawns.
It almost seems like he put as the old expression, he put the carriage out of the horse. He chose a place to send them and sent them there before there was any notification or preparation about it. Like, as we all agree, sending them around to different parts of the country is totally legit. But picking a place like that, an isolated, tiny island with minimal resources.
I mean, I think we could benefit from having some of these people in some different parts. Some of them seem very capable to do duties that we need done that we don't have enough people trying to trying to get hired somewhere where enough positions to be filled.
I brought this up on the Discord. Eric Adams, there was a bunch of people brought to New York recently, and he was like, these people are smart people. They're completely capable. I need workers, but they can't legally work yet. So what the fuck am I supposed to do with them? So
right.
Change the laws so there can be some kind of temporary work status. You don't have to have them driving 18-wheelers where they could kill people. They can fucking do whatever.
Well, actually, it wouldn't be bad to have them driving 18-wheelers.
If they can.
You're right.
But it's just a matter of testing, vetting, and choosing the proper vocation or whatever it might be. Get them working.
Do you find once they arrive and say they get sort of semi-established, do they want to integrate with the rest of the community and population?
Sure. I mean, they don't speak English for the most part, so they want to live with people that speak Spanish, basically.
Right. Okay.
Now, of course, they're the next generation, if there is one. Those kids learn English and they become more assimilated as the generations go on.
See, I think we've got a slight different problem. I know it's a hot potato political, but I'm going to say it anyway.
Go,
where
Syrian refugees?
Yeah, well, a lot of people that are there coming from the Middle East, might be war-torn countries or want a better life or whatever it might be. there's a large population of those that are Muslim.
Not the first generation, no.
So they're coming over, and they don't integrate. They stay within those communities, and then they want, the mosques, and they want their way of life. And then sometimes I just feel there's an undercurrent in this country where we put up with it because we want to do the right thing, but you feel like, going back to when we were speaking to Queen, that your culture's slowly being eroded because they want things to be their way. They want schools for their own, and then even schools is a good example, because if there's something in the curriculum that they don't agree with, then they protest about it and they cause mass problems. And it's like, well, hang on, we've given you a home, we've taken you from a more, what's the old saying? When in Rome, do as the Romans do. You haven't got. I don't see why they get so many bloody rights when it's like, we've housed them and we've helped them, and then they arrive here and then they seem to think that they want it like the country that they lived in. Do you know what I mean? There's no compromise with them. They don't. At least you could see it both ways, and maybe they would compromise a bit, but they don't, and they won't integrate. They stay within their community. There are towns and villages in this country that you would go to and you'd think you were in Pakistan. It's just ridiculous.
And it doesn't help when things happen like happened to that drummer named Lee. I think, right? Wasn't that the guy's name that got attacked?
Yeah.
I know what you're saying, Lee, and I am admittedly ignorant to, I don't live there, so I don't see it firsthand, so I don't know. But just going back in history, you have that with a lot of different integrated cultures that
That's
go
true.
in.
Even my
Jews,
my ancestors were that way.
Jews don't want to, and then you got the Asian communities, and you have Chinatown, where you go to Chinatown and you feel like you're in China, and they don't really breed. They don't really poke around, if you know what I mean. And I think right now, especially with 9/11, and there's such a stigma with any kind of Middle Eastern. It's such a bad word.
I don't know. That may have. I think that stigma is gone.
What do you mean?
Past it, because now people are saying, like, we used to think the terrorists came from the Middle East. Now we realize they come from the Republican side.
That's true.
January 6th was worse than 9/11.
Oh, you bastard. I mean,
I'll drink to that, Smokesteve.
Dude, it's a crazy narrative, but like people are saying now that domestic terrorism is the thing that we have to watch out for. It's no longer outside of the country. That 9/11 is a historical fluke, I guess, is what people are trying to perpetuate now.
But on top of that, Lee, like if my town got overrun by Middle Easterns and we had to, do different things to accommodate them, I'm sure I wouldn't be too
That's
happy
not
about
PC.
So it's easy for me to sit here and, say that, but.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, and I think that's one level, but a more serious level is that they don't want to the kind of rights that we have established, civil rights and women's rights, for example, that were fought so long and hard for. They these, in some ways, like a lot of cultures, they're kind of backward, and women don't have. And that is a matter not of religion or of cultural insensitivity. That's just England. That's part of England's identity. You have, women have rights. Gay people have rights. It doesn't. You can't. That isn't done by neighborhood by neighborhood. Those are national values. And
so now they're implementing Sharia law, right? Is that what we're talking about?
Yeah, in some cases.
They do it in areas where, I mean, I don't like that, but it doesn't mean you could violate the other laws like gay rights and women's rights Sharia law doesn't supersede the other laws.
Well, I think, was it France that decided that you couldn't wear a burqa in a public place and
or in the beach,
and it's like
outlawed burkini.
Yeah, and then there's mass protests, and they're saying you You can't do that, and that's why I resort back to the fact that hang on, we've given you a home, you're safe here, and
Right.
you have to live by some of our rules. We compromise definitely, but there's some rules that you have to abide by, and they don't like it, and then they start protesting and want the law changed, and that's when I start to get agitated by it because it's like, hang on,
Yeah, they're here now, so they gotta they can't change it.
As an
Yeah, I mean,
American, I would stand by them for their right to wear.
Yeah, I mean, that's First
burqas
Amendment.
and burkinis in public because that is freedom.
Well, sorry, I think it was public buildings. It was like, yeah, you can wear
Public
it.
buildings should
if
be
you
fine.
go
Government buildings, I could say you need to show
Correct,
your face.
Carol.
You need to show your face in a
Yeah.
government building.
And so
Public building.
that's what they wanted to. That's what they wanted to do, Steve. And then they start protesting about it, saying, "Oh, it's against our religion and everything else." Well, so I'm sorry. Like I said, I'm not saying they can't practice a religion. Just you need to compromise. You need to, you're here, you're safe, and if you don't like it, then move back. Go back to your homeland.
I could see a case for publicly owned commercial property, say like a shopping mall, saying you have to have your face exposed. So, and maybe they want to have some level of security and tracking of people, identities, something like that. I could see that. But in general public, you can't really tell people how they can dress.
No.
It's impossible. On the sidewalk, in businesses.
Yeah, I think that's the case. You can do that, but I think it's public buildings more than anything.
I mean, we have the First Amendment, which is not just free speech, but freedom of religion, and you wouldn't be able to have a law that says that Muslims can't wear whatever they deem religiously appropriate, unless there was an overwhelming public safety need that would have to be proven. I mean, if you just say, but they can't see, they can't see your,
but why
your face.
Why doesn't it flow the other way though? We're so accommodating, but if I go to Dubai, I can't kiss my wife in public because otherwise I'll get arrested.
Because they're
desert
when it comes to human rights.
So it's all right for them, but it's not all right for us. So
they would say because your cultural values reflect what you believe is right for all humans, not just Brits. And so when they come to your country, you want them to be able to have freedom of religion just like you do.
Yeah, I suppose.
Yeah, I understand the conflict here, especially here. Random Goon says this because of immigrants destroying the city. We all saw those videos and pictures. It's hard to ignore.
I mean, they're right. There's no-go areas, as they call them in Paris. And if you're a tourist, how do you know where you can't go because you don't really know the city that well?
Let's not forget about the shooting that happened at that rock club in Paris.
God, yeah. Do you remember that? Yeah.
Jesus Christ. One of the worst things ever.
I think was it on the same night that it was also the bomb that went off in the stadium, but he didn't actually get into the football match. I think it was all the same night.
That sounds right. I can't say for sure, but it sounds right. But that was that's just crazy, man. If you've ever seen the video of the band, when it happens, the shooting starts, the singer sort of runs off stage. And it looks like the bass player his jaw drops as he's aghast for a minute at what he's seeing because it's murder of people, his fans that are in front of him. And you can't forget shit like that if you've ever seen it. And these people were in France as visitors that did this horrific crime as immigrants. They were born in other countries. They were extremists and they were Muslims. So it's really.
I wonder what retaliation there might come, whether it's mainland Europe or America, with the latest killing of the Taliban leader. I was thinking, I wonder if there'd be some repercussions to that in terms of a terrorist attack.
I'm sure that it angered some terrorists who might have not been angered. or might have been on to other things. I don't really know.
Yeah.
I'm glad he's dead though. He deserved it.
Yeah, too right. Absolutely.
Yeah, it's just the whole thing with innocent people who are not really involved with the fight should just be left alone.
Right.
Yeah.
It's horrendous on either side. There's been killings on our side, and then I believe Edward Snowden released some killings by.
No, that was.
Was it Assange?
Assange. That came from Bradley Manning, now Chelsea Manning.
Chelsea Manning, right? Those were the ones of the basically reporters who were essentially carrying cameras who got smoked, and there were kids involved, and it's just terrible when you see any innocent person get killed, and to see that one accident is made on one side by killing the wrong people and then going into a place and killing random innocent people to make up for it.
Intentionally, right.
Right. It just doesn't make any sense.
It doesn't make sense, although I have no defense for the way we have, carelessly killed so many innocent people, including so many children. In the pursuit of Zawahiri, we finally got him. But before, all the times we thought we had him, and we would launch, drone strikes, we killed possibly 100 people that were not Zawahiri. Some of them might have been terrorists, but there are a lot of innocent people, including like 20 or 30 children, in just the pursuit of one guy, Zawahiri. So this last airstrike, they were all so proud that we didn't kill anybody but Zawahiri. But there was stuff before this airstrike, and the history of pursuit of Zawahiri you could argue that you can't kill that many non-combatants, non-targets without it being a war crime. I mean,
of course you can.
You can't kill 120 people to get one bad guy. That's not.
Now
they weren't all good guys, those 120.
Right.
But they weren't the targets either.
It's difficult though, isn't it? I mean, if it took 120 people, innocent people, to be killed, but you got Hitler before he did what he did, is that worth it?
Okay, good point. It would be worth it, maybe, but Zawahiri was pretty much out of the game, for the last 20 years. Yeah, after 9/11, both those guys, Bin Laden and Zawahiri, were basically laying low. Now,
or what if the brother of one of these innocent kids that got killed becomes the next Zawahiri because of that?
That's right.
Yeah, good point.
Yeah, so I'm at the beach today fishing, right? I catch a fish. This is true, right? This whole thing, what I'm about to say, is true. So I turn around, I show this little family with this 2-year-old daughter. Little blonde kid, as white as the driven snow.
Towhead.
Goes, oh my God! Wow, Dad, look at that fish! And I just put it back in the. So, like, she and say 20 kids equal to her and her family could get blown up into multiple pieces all over the land. That would be okay to kill this one guy. Because that's the equivalent. Because she and her family is no different from this other innocent family that may have gotten caught in the crossfire, right?
Right.
So essentially, like, do people look at it that way, or do they say, no, they're in a foreign country, like, they're not Americans, it's okay, like, they're worth less? What the fuck?
That is the inherent, calculus here is, what if the police in the United States, they were trying to catch some bad guy, and they said, well, he's in a brown Ford Mustang. Well, we saw this brown Ford Mustang, and it left from the same it was right near the house, and so we instead of pulling him over, we just dropped a bomb on it and blew and killed everybody in the car, and we realized that it wasn't the bad guy. That would be a national scandal.
Exactly.
Those people would be prosecuted for murder, the police. But if the CIA or in the case of that Afghanistan last strike, the Department of Defense does it, it's the same thing. But there's no repercussions at all. Nobody gets fined. Nobody gets a letter of reprimand. Nobody gets a discouraging word. It's
right.
The disconnect is just too much.
Yeah, the ability to overlook things in the matter of national security or whatever.
Right.
Who were they hoping to kill in that incident? Because I do remember it, and it was an innocent family killed in the car.
They thought they were striking the people that had bombed the U.S. forces a few days before.
Right, I see. Yeah, I get it. Well, it's a hard one, isn't it? Because it's like there must be a lot of emotions involved in that as well. You just killed.
Yeah, exactly.
And we think we've got the right person, so you're happy to pull the trigger maybe without checking it out properly. I don't know.
See,
the only guy that lives with it is the 20-year-old kid that was sitting behind the computer with his headset on that was flying that drone that killed all those innocent people.
Yeah, although he gets information from other intelligence assets that there's a lot of planning that goes on. He typically just gets the coordinates.
Yeah.
He's told to push the button. It's not his choice. They interviewed some guy who quit the military.
I'm going to go grab some more beers. Are you guys still in?
Grab me one.
Yeah.
If you guys talk about anything interesting, remember, and I'll ask you about it.
Okay, I won't remember. Aphid lip will though. And he basically got, he was all gung ho to start, but he saw so many drone strikes where he could see that this wasn't going to be the target, and he would ask, "Are you sure? It doesn't look like the target. It looks like there's kids in the car," and he would be told, "No, our intelligence says it's the target," and he pushed the button, and it turned out to be not the target. That happened so many times. It doesn't just happen once and then they got smarter. It happened over and over again because there was never any repercussions. Nobody got a pay cut. Nobody, got suspended. Nobody got yelled at. Nothing. So the same mistakes were made over and over again. And then up until the Afghanistan one, and then Biden said that we're not doing that anymore. It's not business as usual. That's why I pulled out of Afghanistan also. So
yeah.
So Biden, I think improved things a lot in that regard. But I still think there's just been no repercussions even for that one.
There's never any. We never see any repercussions for any of those things.
None of them.
There's 100 of the same exact story.
Yep. The same things that we tell other people like Russia are war crimes.
Exactly.
We've done all of them, and up till
right.
this 20, when we pulled out Afghanistan, it's the same thing. It's just the same non-combatants are killed: children, women, grandfathers, people that aren't combatants, and their deaths are just as tragic and just as painful for their family members as anybody who's killed in Ukraine or in the U.S. or anywhere.
So do you believe that's really not going to happen under Biden's watch?
I believe he's tried to put a stop to it, and nothing has happened like that since. Evidently, the Zawahiri drone strike was conducted so that there were absolutely no extra casualties. Supposedly, part of me says you can't believe the CIA or the military. You need independent verification because they've lied so many times in the past. Right. If the Afghanistan one, there were immediately signs that they had killed the wrong people.
Yeah, I remember within hours it seemed like that.
Right.
That it was kind of sketchy.
I guarantee you that when the press was reporting these stories that it didn't look like the right people, the DOD had also known, for the most part, the same stuff, and they knew it wasn't the right people. Yet the next day, Biden went on TV and said, "You can run, but you can't hide. We got those guys that bombed our Marines."
Right.
And a few days later, the chairman of the Joint Chiefs of Staff, General Milley, said, "We're confident that this was not.
Right.
We got the targets." He had to know for sure by that.
Yeah.
Someone told him these were not the targets, and he went up and lied to everybody's face that they.
Yeah, he did.
We know they're the targets.
No kidding, huh?
Yeah.
Oh, look at.
Because I remember Last Dance shared something or said something almost immediately that something fishy was going on.
Right.
So if he knew, sitting that far away.
Right. I mean, the
Milley dude knew. There's no doubt that the Millie dude knew.
Right,
Because
right.
it turned out it was exactly what we had thought it was.
Well, exactly what people thought. An hour after it was exactly what happened.
Right.
The New York Times did a whole piece on all the mistakes that were made there, all the misjudgments, and all.
Well, what were they?
They thought that the car had left the building where terrorists were, which is possible because they just live with the population. It's not like, if you lived in a flat with 50 people, and one of them's a terrorist, and somebody gets in a car that looks like it's the right car, and the terrorists live there. It doesn't mean it's a terrorist.
Terrorist.
And they did see a lot of people getting in the car, even though they thought there was a terrorist there, and they saw them put stuff in the back of the car. They just assumed it was a bomb, but there was nothing about it that was bomb-like. It turns out it was water, because water is it does the infrastructure is not that good in there.
Right,
I don't know if it was Kabul. I think it
Only
was Kabul.
terrorists put things in the back of cars.
Right. So they made assumptions that had no justification really, but it made it easier for them to continue on, and there were just all kinds of unwarranted assumptions that it
There's
allowed them
no.
to.
Let's take a vote, boys. Voigt or a vote. John Voigt.
Yeah, I was thinking that.
Who wants to see his ugly face on screen?
First of all, he's a pretty handsome guy.
Oh, come
No
on,
way.
Nathan.
No way.
Oh, he might not come on because of that now.
But Philip always lies.
You
so.
think it's gonna be because of that?
Well,
What I was gonna say was there's no doubt in my mind that the only reason that they did come up and admit to what happened is because so many people knew and had shared the truth, because they would have kept. They knew before we knew, and still lied about it, and then
Carol's in.
There you go, Carol.
There you go. He's with you.
I mean, the New York Times had published the entire story of everything that happened, and it was later than that many days later that the Department of Defense admitted that they were first that they no longer had confidence and they were investigated, and then that they got innocence.
Yeah, it shouldn't.
5 minutes. He's counting on.
That means he's completely naked now, and he has to put some clothes on.
He's clothing himself. Yes.
It would go so much further if they were just honest and
I agree.
And would say, because then we wouldn't have these doubts.
At least you would trust them when they said something the next time, right?
Exactly.
Now,
look, we made a huge mistake,
So they never say, well, we have these Hellfire missiles that are programmed to explode and tear people's bodies apart. We fired a couple of them at innocent people. No big deal. We blew them up, but so we just that's okay, and then we'll just move on. There is no soft way to put it, right?
No. They've never given an accounting of all the innocent people they've killed.
It's horrible.
The only reason we know about what happened here is because the New York Times and other press on the ground published a story. The DOD didn't voluntarily release all the details of what happened and who was killed and how it happened. And there wasn't a New York Times story on every mistaken drone attack. There's so many. But they were all just like that one. Their assumptions were made that were unwarranted or had very little evidence. And the DOD said, no, we got who we wanted. And then if they were forced to, they said, no, we missed. But we had every reason to believe. We did all the right things. And it was just, bad luck. But it never was bad luck. It was bad work.
Yeah, it almost seems like people are stabbing at something in the dark that in some places, like investing or whatever, it wouldn't really cost anything but money. But here they're costing human lives. So kind of just making a commitment to something before they even really know what's going to happen. It doesn't make any sense.
Well, and there's no repercussions for it anyway. So if there's a 1 in 10 chance that he is there, they're going to take that 10% chance to go ahead and try for it,
because they know that there won't be any repercussions for it.
Right.
But it seems like they got better at it over the years.
They did get better because intelligence, all the stuff that make up intelligence improves. But optical sensors, the cameras on the drones themselves, everything else gets better. But still,
the recent guy they killed, they only killed apparently the one person.
Right? I suspect that Biden said, no, not like you did at the other thing in Afghanistan. I'm not. If you tell me, I'm sure, but you're as sure as you were in Afghanistan. I'm saying no. You have to.
Right.
You have to make sure, or your head will roll, that you do not kill any non-combatants. You will only kill Zawahiri.
You think Biden was that forthright about it?
I don't know. It's hard to say that. He's clearly not plugged in there, but he's still, I think, enough there that he's able at least to communicate that to people that need to hear, like the Joint Chiefs of Staff or whoever. This was the one in Afghanistan was a DoD operation. I suspect the one well, that was in Afghanistan too. Yeah, the one during the pullout where the innocent family killed was a DoD strike.
Mm.
I think the one where Zawahiri killed was a CIA-controlled drone strike.
Mm.
Well, everybody knows when Biden was a kid, his uncle was sitting around the table and he was saying, "Now, Joey, you better be damn sure."
Yeah.
So I believe that Biden's true to his word on this.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know what Biden really thinks.
Yeah.
His numbers are going through the roof.
Is this Lee Howells or what's up? Is Lee back? How do you mean going through the roof? What's he, over 30%?
Approval rating or like poll numbers for the next election?
His approval ratings.
Is it going up?
Significantly in the past month and a half, 2 months.
Okay.
But it's still not good. It's
Still
like
pretty low,
he's like below 50.
Yeah.
He's
But remember when Trump used to take? No. Well, I mean, if it's him or Trump, then yeah, he's got my vote. I mean, I sure in hell hope it's not that.
You see, I will not vote for Trump again, no matter who's running. But I might vote for
if it was Biden and Trump, I would have a third-party candidate option.
Me too. But I have to see who the third-party candidate is. I'm not going to vote for, Fidel Castro just because he's not with the Democrats or the Republicans.
Gary Johnson or something like that.
Gary Johnson, not my favorite guy, but I definitely prefer him over any than Biden or Trump.
Well, he was a libertarian, wasn't he?
Sort of. He ran as a libertarian.
I mean,
he didn't know what Aleppo was, though.
Yeah, his foreign policy knowledge was a little lacking.
I don't,
He asked, what is Aleppo?
Aleppo? What is that, like a leopard? Is that a nickname for your pet leopard?
He didn't.
What about two Leppos?
He claimed he just didn't have enough sleep the night before.
Right. He wasn't thinking about Syria and Aleppo.
I mean, I know what Aleppo is, but I wouldn't be able to tell you what was happening, precisely in Aleppo, other than there was, a internal refugee disaster and lots of people getting killed.
I would have at the time, purely through just the internet, there was tons of videos coming in from there. It seemed like, hey, Lee, you're back. Everything all right?
Oh, yeah. Just my daughter, that's all, needing, Dad, I'm just been clubbing and she's coming back, was it, 2:25 here. Can I get a taxi home and will you pay for it when I get home? But, yeah, okay. So,
how old is she, Lee?
She's 18. 18.
So no alcohol in the clubs.
So, oh yeah, there will.
Come on.
Oh, come on. She can still have a drink now?
Oh yeah, she can drink now. Yeah.
Oh, 18 over there, huh? Holy shit, that's crazy, dude.
Yeah.
So did she drive there and she needs a taxi back?
Her boyfriend's driven, but I've always spoken to him and said, listen, if you're having a good time,
yep,
don't you dare drive. Yeah,
exactly.
Not only for you, but you've got my daughter in the car, and I'll always pay for a taxi.
Money well spent.
Yeah. So he's like, they phoned up and said, oh, we've had a couple of drinks. Can we get a taxi? I was like, yeah, just tell the taxi driver I'll have the money for him when he arrives. So I've just put it by the door. So yeah, they're sorted. So it's just not worth the risk.
18 over there, you can go into the bars and buy.
Oh yeah, big
that's
time.
Fucking crazy here.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's 21 here.
Yeah. So I think if you're 16, you can have a drink in a pub with your, as long as you're with a parent or guardian, as long as you're eating a meal, you can have a pint of beer. Yeah,
Damn.
yeah,
Wow.
Which is okay. I mean, there's nothing wrong with that.
yeah.
Can you buy an AK-15 when you're at that age?
No, you can't do that. No, you can't do that, Ethan.
Yeah, down at the Walmart over here, we got AK-27s on sale. Two for.
See, that blows my mind. That just blows my mind. You go to the supermarket, you could buy a weapon. That's unreal.
Well,
Wow.
yeah.
Good
I mean,
boy.
you could go to a Walmart in some places in the South and leave. And in Vermont. Vermont, you can, with a Vermont driver's license, if you're a resident of this state, you can walk out with 25 assault rifles.
Bloody hell.
You could walk in with $1 million and buy every single assault rifle in the whole store, and they wouldn't even say you can't do that. It's the law. Why would they? They'd be making 50% on a wholesale markup, so they'd be making $500,000 on $1 million.
Yeah, wow. Jeez. Wow.
Those aren't the ones.
And you can just walk in there and buy it. You don't need a license or anything. No.
In
certain states.
Certain states, it's driver's license only. Immediate purchase.
Oh no.
Or if you buy it from a private seller, you don't even need that.
Right.
You got to fill out a form here and then submit it, and then the police come round to make sure you've got like a secure cabinet that you keep it in. It's quite.
I wish it was like that here. Yeah. They call that sensible gun
That's
laws.
insane. You can't have people inspecting your house. Come on.
Yeah, absolutely.
They have a piece of metal with a few springs and a trigger that might fire a projectile at 2,000 feet per second. But the truth of it is, anyone with a lathe and what do they call those things? Those 3D printers, you can make a gun in a couple of days.
Yeah, that's hit the news sometimes. Yeah, where people have made them through 3D printers. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Now, some parts
Crazy.
of it, you can't make I don't think you can make the entire gun out of a 3D printer. I think you still need a barrel, a trigger, the spring, a few things, but most of it you can make out of the 3D printer. And do you guys know anything about these things?
I know what 3D printers are.
Yeah. Certainly know what they are.
I wouldn't want to shoot a gun that was made out of plastic. I'll tell you that.
Not too many times. I'm sure there were probably once, twice, but I wouldn't want to keep going until it blows up.
Yeah, which ultimately it's probably going to do, isn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Eventually, it's going to blow itself.
Yeah.
Sort of reminds me of a movie. I don't know. Maybe I shouldn't go there.
Go there.
Go on. Come on.
Now we want to know.
It had Clint Eastwood and John Malkovich.
John Eastwood. What's that?
And Clint Eastwood was a Secret Service agent.
Hold on, my dog's barking. I got to check that out.
Oh boy, he was.
Sorry.
Was he protecting the president?
Yes, you remember that one?
Yes, yeah.
John Malkovich made the pistol out of like balsa wood or something, and then like killed the gun duck hunters or something like that.
Right.
Look who it is, Negative Goon.
Hey.
Hey.
Hello.
What's up, buddy? How you doing?
Not too bad. How are you guys?
Good, man.
Why is there just a chair replacing Last Dance?
Last Dance had a dog.
His dog got
Had
split, so he
a
had to go
dog.
check
He
it out.
took it outside. It's like all yellow.
Yellow.
What have you got on your head? Lower your camera a little bit. Looks like you've got the inside of a national helmet.
I've got a hat on.
Oh, that's you are. There you are. Yeah.
I see you've got what are your rifles that are on the rack behind you to your left?
My rifles. Oh.
Yeah.
Sorry
There's
about
more
that.
over there, and
Gibson 30-06, a Fender AR-15.
I don't own a Gibson.
Oh, Gibson.
No, I really want a 335. If I had a Gibson, it'd be that or an SG. But they're mega expensive, so.
I could see you with that Les Paul with the 3 pickups in it. That would be sick.
Oh, those pulls.
It's all black with all silver knobs and pickups, so it's black and silver. Triple humbucker P90s. Oh man, you could rock that.
Hey, Goon, can't you give us a tune like Steve does?
Oh, Goon's here.
No. Hey, Lestons.
It would
Come
only be.
on,
It would
come on,
only
play
reach
us something. Play us
20
something.
No,
23
I
pounds.
can't because my microphone doesn't pick up, like, just
So
sound
we
of
can
guitars and stuff.
we'll hear it. We'll hear it.
Point
No,
it
you-
at the fucking amp.
Pluck some strings. Come on.
No, you literally can't hear it.
He's not very good.
He is.
They're just for show. They're just
I
for
am.
show.
Yeah, they're for show.
No, he actually hosts a show Friday nights. It's really good.
Oh,
Where he
right.
plays, you
You
request
say
like a
that, but
song.
you
and-
never turn up, Ethan.
No,
Well, I mean, I have, but it's like the worst possible time for me.
Date night, right?
Goon, I'll watch that.
No, it's just Friday. I'm trying to get everybody their stuff
why did you
before
watch
the
that?
end of the day.
I'll put it in private chat for you, Lee. How about?
Yeah,
or
cool.
I can't
No, I'll
put
watch it.
links
I'll
in
watch it, I
the
promise.
YouTube chat. I don't.
Lee,
Yeah, the
are
private
you
chat.
are you on Twitch, Lee?
not on Twitch. I joined
Well,
Discord, like you said.
Yeah, he's on the Discord.
Yeah,
he's got a thing on the Discord in there.
Oh,
You gotta
right,
get
cool.
on Twitch.
It's in his own little channel where he on Friday after. Well, for you, it's I guess Friday night.
Yeah, it will be. Yeah.
Yeah, I meant 9,
Cheers.
half
Cheers,
9,
Goon.
somewhere. Yeah.
All right. Yeah.
It's
check it
really
out.
good though. Like if you
I
got like
haul
you,
myself out to you people.
you request a song and he plays it,
Oh wow.
and it's like it's kind of like like that he can see the chords that are coming and he plays them at the right
Brilliant.
time. It's really
Yeah.
cool.
I'll check that out. for sure.
He's kind of playing a video game, which is it's like, it's not very enjoyable watching people play video games, but watching him do his thing is really
Well,
enjoyable.
he interacts too. Like, it's good.
Right. Yeah. Good.
Well, I could see Lee going in and requesting like a Cure song. You seem like a fan of the Cure.
Cure?
Yeah, I like the
Oh,
Cure. Yeah, I
Oh,
like
like
the
the
Cure.
Cure. See?
Oh wow, you were dead on there.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hey,
They're cool.
I
Yeah.
like the
Way to
Cure.
go, Smokesteve.
Thank you. What else, Lee?
Oh, big Prince fan.
Prince.
Oh,
Yeah.
Prince. Yeah,
Yeah.
amazing.
Not so much like his. Well, obviously he is out. He had to pay the bills, this commercial stuff. But if you listen to a lot of his after show parties, just love his guitar work. It's just amazing.
Good night, Carol.
So,
Great having you there.
yeah, good night, Carol.
She's good. Good people.
What? She forced me on here, and now she's leaving me.
Nothing on. She
Well,
took her time.
she needed a dose of you before she could go to bed.
I get it.
It's it's going to make her
Carol.
dreams sweet.
All that, or she knows you're on, and now she's gone to bed and she's just watching you.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe she
God
needs
knows what God knows what she's doing, but she's
Triple
watching.
Friends.
she needs both hands.
Exactly.
Okay.
Sorry,
Easy.
Carol, should have said that.
Easy. All right. Night Goon. Oh, cute.
Oh,
See if it's a guy, you could say whatever you wanted about that
Yeah, that's
situation.
true.
But
You
since
could.
it's a girl, you got to be careful for what you say.
Right,
Top was
Topple.
out.
It was good having you on for those 5 minutes.
Wow,
Take care,
that's a
Topple.
shame, Top. Too bad you won't be coming
Oh,
on.
I join and Topple
Yeah.
fucks off. I see how it is.
Yeah, really. I know, huh? He has no thoughts of the show. You would think Top would say, I could go back on for a few minutes,
Yeah.
pump it up, pump up the volume.
Well, I think
pump
he
up
got
the bass.
a telephone call, so he must have had
Oh, he got
something
a
he
call,
had
huh?
right before he left.
He's on
Or
call.
somebody came in. He definitely seemed like there was a reason he had to go quick,
Poor bastard.
So you
which I did
sad
too earlier.
Are you sad about the Queen, Goon?
Oh,
Are you
good.
sad?
My sad about it? Well, I'm not a huge, monarchy person, but it's not. She's been with me all my life as the queen, and yeah,
You're the same as me then. Yeah.
I mean different, but I don't get the hatred. I think that's.
Oh
a
no,
bit-
I don't get that either.
I think that's a bit bullshit.
Is there a lot of that going on?
Oh yeah, no. People got arrested and because of speech and stuff like that, and now the left in the UK are all going free speech. And it's like, yeah, where were you 5 years ago? Okay?
Exactly.
Can you turn your camera on Martha's Chalupas real quick if you're going to come back? He says he's coming back.
He said he won't be back on. He said, "Have a great week."
He's back.
Oh, he's lying.
Yeah, there's a sexy bastard.
I mean, he came back out of guilt.
No, not a guilt. It's because of me.
Peer pressure.
Buddy, you're back.
He's muted.
As long as
Not
I get to
me.
see that little face of his, I'm happy.
Unmute yourself, man.
I think he's like talking on the phone to somebody or something. He just wanted to give. He
Is
just
that
wanted to give
phone?
Goon a
That
show.
doesn't look like a phone. It looks like a fucking
Looks like
bottom
a
of a
remote.
toilet brush or something. I don't know what the hell that is. Is that a phone?
It's a phone. It's a case around a phone.
No way. It's too skinny. It looks like a.
Well, he's
See, look, he's talking on the phone. That's a phone.
he's got it like this.
Yeah,
So
exactly.
Yeah.
See, yeah, it's a phone.
Now it's a phone. Now
It
it's
looks fatter
Now it-
though, like this. Like
Well, it's a
chunky.
thicker case.
I mean, here mine's got a chunkier
Here,
case.
Ralphie.
It still doesn't look that. Does it look that wide?
Well,
Yeah, that's
Top-
looks.
all right.
Topple is a girthy
Well,
guy.
It was
Okay,
back here.
What are you guys crying about?
we're on about your
Smokes-
girth.
Smokesteve didn't think that there was a phone you were holding in your hand.
Oh, it's a phone. I don't know what else.
he thought it was a toilet brush.
It just looked thick, bro.
Yeah,
okay.
see,
Yeah, it's a phone.
it's a little. The color combination's a little femme, but we won't judge you for that.
No, it's all right. It's fine.
It's fucking blue.
Blue.
Blue
It's not the good
Yeah,
blue.
it looks looks
Look at
like
that blue
turquoise
case.
on this camera.
Just
What is that? An iPhone 1?
No, it's the SC whatever 2020. I don't buy that new shit. Fuck that. I don't got time for that.
SEC?
I don't know what it is. It works. I can make phone calls. I could text.
so you got an iPhone?
Goon will pay you
Oh, it's,
for that phone
What?
if you
What
give it to him
is
for
that?
discount.
Okay, you should see the phone. Hold on, I'll show you the phone.
Mine's an OtterBox because I've dropped this like 10 feet up in the air and it hasn't broke. So
It's rubberized, kind of like
Oh yeah, it's full.
it's probably plastic, but it's rubber
Yeah, it's
plastic.
rubber, plastic, shields, and all that.
I
It's
put my
rubber.
phone on charge for one night, right? And that's what happens.
oh yeah, that's
my
an old
God.
phone.
Yeah.
What is that? Is
It's
that a
the-
government phone?
It's it was a phone, but
It's the batter. The battery's puff.
Might
Is
have
that
caught
gases.
fire.
Is that an Obama phone?
It's got gases inside the battery.
Easy
Hey,
on
so-
Obama.
Talking about
I love
presidents, the only thing I'm excited about regarding the funeral, with it being a sad occasion, is
Cup of
just
tea.
your president is in town, he's here, he's arrived, and I'm thinking I just can't wait to see how he puts his foot in it, because the last incident when he met the royal family, I can just imagine the funeral's getting to the point where there's some silence and Biden has a flatulence problem like he did last time he met the Queen. It would just be amazing. I just can't wait to see what happens.
He's not
Wasn't
gonna
as
do
good
it.
as when Trump walked in front of the Queen. 'Cause that was
I-
pretty-
Yeah,
Pushed her right out of the way. Get the fuck
I
out.
could imagine if Joe Biden went to see the casket, he'd put his hand out to shake her hand. And go,
well, I was just saying. I'm afraid he'll get done speaking and he'll do that shake the hand to
Shake him
a
up.
ghost.
No, being that he's Catholic, he'll have a very somber. Catholics are good at being somber. That's one thing a Catholic can do, is be depressed. They're fucking great at it. But he won't fuck that part up. But if he has to talk, he might. That's where he'll make his mistakes. In
absolutely.
in my
Yeah.
opinion.
He's not going to have to talk. They're going to keep him away from that.
Ideally, right?
They'll keep him in like Hannibal Lecter and like a
Yeah, right.
holder.
Yeah.
and he's got
Keep him away from the children and make sure he stays up.
It's always great when his handlers rush him off as he's being peppered with questions and
Oh, big rabbits.
They did that with Trump too. They did that with Trump, but Trump
Not
just
as
didn't give a
much.
shit.
Not as
no,
much.
Trump would tell them to get the fuck out of there and start talking.
Or Trump would answer a couple and totally put his foot in his mouth. But,
Exactly.
Not always. Not always.
No,
you only
very
remember the moments.
Back in a second.
Yeah, you're
Yeah.
right. You can't just make blanket statements because I don't have any specific.
Remember when what was that bitch from the Justice Court died, and he was coming right out of a rally, and
Ruth
they
Bader
look
Ginsburg.
at you. You talking about one of our revered Supreme Court justices?
One of the
Yeah, whatever
smartest
she did.
Supreme Court justices we've
what
ever
did she
had.
do for us? I don't know, but I'm joking.
No,
They got very uncomfortable in here. I shouldn't.
I know. I know
Oh,
you're
that's good.
you're toppled.
I like-
I know what you're
I like
doing.
that. I mean, you're going to piss people off, but that's not going to piss me off. So you could talk like that all day long, buddy. But just remember, people will get pissed, but not me, because I like freedom.
What?
Not this guy.
Not the, yeah.
Right. It's almost like I want people to be able to say what they want here and expect people to get pissed off, but not expect it
Well,
to
that's why I'm
be.
here.
You're not going to get shut down. If YouTube shuts it down, so be it. But I say let it ride. So what do you think about it? That person you were talking about?
I don't know that person. We were talking about like when he was coming off stage or something, and he was just finally, supposedly, was the first time he was hearing that she passed.
Uh-huh.
And he said all real nice stuff with Queen playing in the background. You don't
You're
remember?
kidding.
No, I'm being serious.
You mean when Ginsburg passed and Trump was talking about it?
Well, no. He was at a rally when that happened. One of his rallies, the KK rallies he had, and then he would come off the stage, and a reporter told him she just passed away, and he just stopped. And it's funny because I think it was Queen playing in the background, and he said something really awesome, but everyone
What Queen
picked him
song?
apart. I don't remember. You're making me have to fucking look it up.
Was
now.
it Fat Bottom Girls?
No, it wasn't that.
Okay.
That'd be pretty funny though.
I mean, that one works for me. I love that video when the girls are riding the bikes with their booties in the air. I mean, granted, they're wearing like the spandex shorts and like the leggings from Hooters, so it's not exactly, you're not seeing anything. I still like the sentiment. Fat bottom girls, right? I mean, am I wrong?
Who
It's good
doesn't like
too.
fat bottom girls though?
Yeah. The song or literally.
Oh, yeah, Lurie, yeah.
Right. So what was the song, Toppel?
I don't know. I'm looking for it.
Well, for fuck's sake, find it, sir.
I'm not fucking. I got porn.
It's probably like we are the champions or something.
That sounds like
That
it.
song blows.
Yeah.
Fucking
We are the champions,
Yeah. I know.
my friend.
All right,
In fact,
I'll
I
post
think
it.
their only good song is Fat Bottom Girls. That's
Are
all.
That's it.
Oh,
Oh wow,
Oh, man.
Steve, we're gonna fall
Queen
out.
are awesome.
oh wow.
Yeah.
Oh, that's right. You prefer Elton John over Bill? Who is it?
Bill
Oh,
Clinton.
Billy Joel?
Yes.
No, Bill Clinton. Yes, Bill Clinton.
Elton John over Bill Clinton? That's
No,
an odd comparison.
Billy Joel. Billy Joel. I posted
Let's
the
go back
link
to the Bill
in the
Clinton
private.
one.
What?
Who would you take, Elton John or Bill Clinton? That's a good question.
Elton John any day.
Like take it as in how?
Yeah,
Like,
I'm
fight.
too old for.
I'd
Bill.
rather
No.
hear Billy Joel sing than Bill Clinton sing.
Oh, you mean singing? Sorry, I
Oh,
thought.
No, I don't know. I don't know where
Something
this
else.
is
Where are
going.
you going? Yeah, Bill Clinton and Elton John. In what
All right,
way?
let's go back to Billy
who's bending
Joel
over?
or Elton John. Now, that's a legitimate comparison.
I said
Well-
Billy Joel. I like Billy Joel better. I like them
Billy
equally
sucks.
though, but if I had to pick one, I would say Billy Joel.
And I have
Elton-
to say, I say
Elton
this all
John.
the time. Billy Joel wrote his own music. Elton John did not. So
Well, so what?
Oh,
Bernie
that's a good
Taupin
point.
was involved.
yeah, but then you have to say it's Bernie Taupin and Elton John versus Billy Joel.
The songs were way better with Elton John.
If you like, I mean, I love Elton John's music, and
Oh,
I think Billy Joel is actually underrated.
Yeah, I think Billy Joel's good.
actually, I was wrong about what song was playing in the background when Trump was saying it. It was actually Elton John. It wasn't Queen. Sorry.
Was it Candle in the Wind?
No, it was
Rocket Man?
I hate that fucking song.
Rocket Man.
Blue Eyes.
Rocket Man.
What the fuck is it called?
Yeah. What's the next line?
Oh,
I don't know.
maybe it's a Rocket Man.
I don't know. I posted the
Nobody
YouTube
knows
in
it.
the
I
private
know it.
chat.
But nobody knows it.
I knew it, but I'm getting to be like Biden, and I'm 20 years younger than
Okay,
him. So
you're old.
Oh, Biden's Elton John song should be "I'm Still Standing."
Yeah.
That'd be
So
good.
the line is Rocket Man burning out
And
his fuse up there alone.
Okay.
And for a long time, I thought he said a million different things,
Yep.
but that's the line. I finally looked it up. So I mean,
Oh,
I
What
remember,
about?
I
Do
remember
any of
some
you?
guy coming into a pub once and going like, "I'll buy the drinks to this guy all night or person anyway, if they can do the first two lines from Duran." Is it Duran Duran? No, it's not Duran Duran. But you know the song Gold. You know, Spandau Ballet. Gold.
Spandau Ballet, yeah.
Yeah. And everyone was going gold, and it's like, no, that's not the starting lines. What's the first two lines? And this is before, you know, everyone had like phones and supercomputers in their hand. So everyone just went, I don't know, like looking around, like it's like, yes, I don't have to pay anyone.
huh. What are the lines?
I can't remember. He did tell us, but
Yeah,
I just know gold, gold.
It's not gold. No.
Always believe in yourself. Oh no, silver, silver. Always believe it.
Well, I only have one joint left. So did I just smoke a whole joint here? Did you guys
Yeah,
watch?
we just watched you
Yeah,
smoke
you
a whole
did.
joint. Yeah,
Shit,
yeah.
good for you,
that
dude.
went quick. Son of a bitch! I only got one left. Damn. All right.
I think
Yeah.
Elmo smoked it in the background.
He looks like he did.
yeah, yeah, it does. And it's like,
I just
shit,
had to.
dude,
I just had to look that up because that would bug me all night. So the first two lines are by Spandau Ballet Goldies. Thank you for coming home. Sorry that the chairs are all warm. I left them here. I could have sworn. Yeah. So
Yes,
those are the first two
yes,
lines.
thank you, thank you, Lee, for searching.
That was going to bug me if I didn't look that up. I'd be like, oh, what are the first words? Yeah.
I don't even know that song.
So, you must know Gold. It's a classic. It's an absolute classic song.
Nah, I didn't listen to that stuff.
So,
It's not Otis Redding.
you're just too young.
And
That's
I
the
thought you were bisexual.
What? You thought?
thing. What about Bowie? Do any of you like Bowie?
Wow.
He's pretty good.
Howie.
David
I like
Bowie?
Bowie, yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
Bowie? No.
Bowie.
Yeah,
David
No.
He's
Bowie.
fucking rolls, dude.
Bowie.
He's awesome.
Yeah, he's
God
good.
rest him. He's the man.
I don't understand his music. I'm being
David
serious.
Bowie?
I'm
I,
not joking.
I don't think he did either, half the time.
I think I only know one song. Is the one that they play in movies when shit's about to go down. Changing or something.
Changes.
Yeah, changes. It just seems like every time something bad's about to go on, that song comes on.
That's an odd way to look at it, I gotta say.
Yeah.
Oh, there's some songs that I hear that scare the crap out of me. We were talking about this. I gotta look it up. I'll bring one up. Let me go on mute for a little bit.
Time to break the way changes. Time won't change for you. Yeah, it's an odd song. It's in a weird time.
Name
I think,
any David Bowie song that wasn't odd though.
I think
all odd.
David Bowie, you may not know this. All
I
of a
don't.
sudden I sound like fucking that actor. David Bowie, you may not know this.
He was a genius.
He
Didn't he
hired Stevie Ray Vaughan as a guitar player for a
Oh.
few albums.
Okay, I know
And
that.
I
name.
believe he may have played on Changes.
And didn't
but
he
he
do
did-
like a video with the Rolling Stones, Mick Jagger, and like they almost like totally hooked up or something?
Yeah, you're talking about the rumor of how Mick Jagger and
Well, you seen that
David
video, right?
Bowie hooked up and had sex.
Well, didn't he
with
do
the
it
whole
with
soccer
Queen
team.
as well? Didn't he do it with Queen Under Pressure? Wasn't that with who was that with? What's the lead singer of Queen? Come on.
Freddie Mercury.
Freddie Murphy.
Freddie
They-
Mercury.
How
they
can you
did-
not
they
know
did a
Freddie?
song. Under Pressure, that's a brilliant song.
It is
He-
absolutely like
He was,
almost everything
he
Bowie
was
did.
too gay for Bowie, I think.
He was too gay,
You're right,
Too
yeah.
gay.
Liberace guy.
I don't know. Liberace was another level, homie.
Oh, I'm sorry, I don't know the levels of gayness.
But I'll tell you what, if you want to listen to a band because you see you didn't know him, you don't really listen. Is it Space Oddity? Major Tom.
Space Oddity, yeah.
Yeah. That's
How
try that as an introduction song for yourself. That's a classic.
Space.
I
Odyssey.
know that song. I could play that song.
Can you? Oh, come on, Steve, do it.
Well, I might need to pull up the chords, but
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter.
What
Just
song
go-
are you talking about?
ground control to Major Tom.
Is that Life on Mars? What? It was on Life on Mars, the TV show. Lee would know that, maybe.
Yes, it was. Yes.
Yeah.
Bowie's awesome. I love Bowie. I
Great
would
song.
take. I think Bowie is great, and he had Stevie Ray Vaughan as a guitar player for some tunes. Let's Dance. That's one where Stevie Ray is playing.
Nile Rodgers.
What?
How about-
Let's Dance. Wasn't he? Nile Rodgers. Wasn't he quite an influence on that track?
Yeah,
You
but
can hear-
all I know is it's David Bowie with Stevie Ray Vaughan on the leads.
Right.
How about- How many of you guys enjoyed Pink Floyd? I don't get that shit either. I do not get it. Do you
I
actually
enjoyed
like-
them.
No?
It's got the
Pink-
wall.
Maybe it's a British thing. I don't know. But yeah, Pink Floyd.
Well,
Pink Floyd's
Fuck yeah,
awesome.
dude.
I
I'm wearing the
Get
shirt
into it.
right here, Dark Side of the Moon.
Yeah, you are as well. Yeah.
Hell yeah.
I'll never
Well,
understand Pink Floyd.
There's a
That's how
song by them called Time, I think it's called.
Yeah.
Is it Time?
I used to
And,
play that with my band. I know all the
And
chords.
because it's the old day of recording that you can't just do little samples and paste them together, they had to play the song and they had a clock next to them that the alarm would go off at like 4 minutes or something. So they had to keep playing the song over and over again so they get the timing right to the alarm clock that was set for 4 minutes and 20 seconds just to get that alarm sounding.
Wow. Oh my God! Right. Yeah, I get you.
Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they had to keep re-recording themselves to get the timing right. Fucking madman.
You guys ever heard this band called Alice in Chains?
I heard that some guy in
that's-
Topple is a big fan.
That's a band that I just can't get. I just don't understand.
Oh, I can't get the band that you listen to. I tried. I
The
watched every
Descendants?
video that you
Descendants.
posted on Discord. I'm like, I just can't do this.
I mean, even I think the Pixies are awesome, and they
I
normally
just-
wouldn't be my speed, but
Pixies are awesome. Frank Black, he's the man. I mean,
yep.
they're just a creative fucking machine. It might
What
not
did I
be
say?
what you like, but
They kind of remind me with Weezer mixed with, I forget what was the other one I was saying. I had to listen to it. It didn't make sense to me. I did try. I
Weezer
did
is
try.
more power pop. I mean,
No, Weezer's grunge, really.
yeah,
Really?
I
I
Grunge?
don't know. I would say
Yeah, they
that.
started off in the grunge days, and
Could be.
it started off, but their
Hash
music
pipe.
is ambiguous, going
Yeah.
like flip on the telly, wrestle with Jimmy. It's like
Okay. Okay.
they're so random how like they can be either playing like the heaviest riffs or like the cleanest rhythms, and their songs are just, I don't know, it's hard to define. They're one of those bands.
they're pretty diverse. It's like, do you ever listen to King Gizzard and Lizard Wizard?
Yeah, I am. I know who they are.
They are diverse as fuck. They even do rap metal, and it's like, they're just out there.
Rap metal, that's a rare genre.
And
That's
they
like,
do all, no, they do
do you know Ween? They're a
Yeah,
little bit like
Ween.
that, where
We
like, man, they'll have a song that's here, and then the next one is like way over here. It's like,
what are the brothers from Ween's names?
I don't know. If you said it, I would know it, but I can't think of it
Man,
right now.
those Ween guys are fucking weird, and they're hilarious, man.
Yeah, man, they're awesome.
Love them. Love
How
their
about
creativity.
Green Day? Green Day. Does anybody like Green Day?
Green
They
Day
were
sucks my
punk. They're
nuts.
punk, right?
I did like Green Day
They
when
suck
when
my
they
nuts, homo.
early on.
Why you don't like Green Day, Smokesteve?
Well, you know, the truth of it is, they have a few tracks I'll throw on.
Okay.
There's one song called, is it called She?
Yeah,
Yeah,
That's
she
cool.
sits in silence.
It starts off with drums, and it's a
No, a
fucking-
bass line.
It's
It
a
starts on a
kick-ass.
bass line.
Yeah, bum 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 bum
Bum,
bum
bum,
bum
bum,
bum
bum,
bum, and then
bum,
the
bum.
drums come in on this syncopated drum beat with like the offbeat bass drum, and it's like a really cool song. And it starts off with like drum space and his voice, and then the guitar comes in, and they go on this like raucous, pseudo punk sort of a pop punk thing. But I like that tune. And there's another one, Goon, on your show. it's a Green Day song that has like it's like 5 songs in one that are all
Oh.
these different chords.
I know the song you're talking
I think it
about.
might be called Jesus of Suburbia or
Jesus,
something.
yes.
Yes.
I like that shit that they do. That different sounding stuff, but their pop stuff, like their regular radio tunes, I'm not a huge fan of.
What basket?
Yeah, I turned off Green Day when they released Warning, was it?
Hmm.
The album Warning. Oh, it's fucking terrible.
So you were a Dookie fan.
Oh, I liked what was it? 1039 Slapped Out Happy Hour or whatever it's called. That's really good album. That and Kaplunk.
Yeah.
Two solid albums by them.
Speaking of bands, I went and saw a punk show Tuesday night. It was awesome.
Yeah, Descendants.
I was a little kid again.
Sorry, should I have said the name?
Huh?
I said the name of the band. Was that okay?
Oh yeah, no, I don't care.
Stop.
Did they play Mr. Coffee? Because I love that song. I know it's really short, but...
They didn't play. Yeah, they did. They didn't. I think it's just called. Are you talking about Coffee Mug or?
Oh, Coffee Mug. Yes.
Yeah.
Like we're gonna do Mr. Coffee.
And then they didn't play Sour Grapes, which we were a little disappointed about because it's like one of their classics.
Right.
Unfortunately.
Cup of tea.
Hell of a band. Good bass player as well. I like the bass in their songs.
How about them Beatles? Ugh.
Fuck the Beatles.
Where's Last Dance? Beatles, go on your defense. Go.
I don't have to defend them. I know I like them, and I'm not insecure in my enjoyment and reasons I like the Beatles.
I like a couple songs from the Beatles.
I think the Beatles are incredible.
What are the couple songs you like?
They deserve it. They deserve their credit.
What did you say? Let It Be, Hey Jude.
Let It Be, Hey Jude. Nothing on that psychedelic shit, like that Yellow Submarine shit. No.
Those are my favorites.
They let Ringo Starr make a song.
8 days a week. 8 days a week. Come on.
I love her.
That's pre-psychedelic.
Oh, was
8
it?
days a week.
Yes.
Is
They were fucked up.
Yeah, that's like that's like their first.
That's early.
Oh,
Yeah.
I'm sorry. I ruined it. No, but I like Hey Jude and Let It Be.
Keen, have you ever heard of a band
like,
called The Fall from Manchester? The Fall.
Heard the name.
I've heard. I know who they are.
I'll have to find a link to them. They're pretty cool.
I can believe it, Smoke Wife.
Who are these guys now?
like
Who are these homos you're talking about?
You were into reggae?
I Fall are amazing group.
Will you sing some Redemption?
Redemption song? What do you got, COVID? COVID!
I've had 3 tests in the past week. All
you
negative.
got it.
The
tests
all
don't
negative.
work anymore, bro.
Man, everybody's got COVID around me. I mean, seriously, there's so many people that have had COVID that I was just with like the day before, and I still don't have COVID.
Syphilis.
Well, hopefully you at least got
It's rampant.
exposed, so you have some antibodies. that
Yes,
you wouldn't have had
rampant
otherwise.
syphilis.
I think I'm gonna get the new booster or whatever. I don't know if it says booster or
starting
shot.
Not
Or
a
whatever.
booster.
The bivalent
Yeah.
booster.
I saw Kim Kardashian getting it.
I've been
so
waiting
I'm
for
on
something
that.
like that.
You want
It's-
like the
It's
next
unfortunately
big
it's not
one?
as good as it could be. It pisses me off.
Oh, really? Is that right?
There's
Well, the
a
problem is it's
going.
bivalent instead of monovalent. You don't really. It's 2 children's doses. 1 children's dose of the Wuhan strain and 1 children's dose of the BA4,
Children's
BA5.
dose. I want an adult's dose.
Well, it's 2 children's doses equals 1 adult dose. Exactly. You get double an adult dose because you're a pretty big guy.
What the hell are you trying to say, man?
I'm just saying, you're bigger.
I know. I don't care. I'm
Do
huge.
you remember your
Fat.
wedding song?
Giant.
Yeah, what's your wedding song, Steve?
I said
My
stop.
wedding thong? It was green.
It was what?
Green, light green in color with sparkles. He said it. My wedding thong.
Song.
Oh,
I don't. I don't want to know anything about your wedding thong, or even that you had a wedding thong.
Okay. Not my
Images
wedding
in my
thong.
head.
Thud up.
Yeah, my wedding song was Bob Marley and the Wailers,
Yes.
Stir It Up, baby. And we slow danced.
Wow.
All right.
And we had the moves, brother.
Was it No Woman, No Cry?
And I had like total, I've been dancing to reggae for years. All I went to was reggae shows. So,
Do you know Buju Butan?
I would pick
yeah,
Nirvana's "Rape Me" for a wedding song.
That's a good one. We thought about that, but we went with Stir It Up, and it was beautiful, man. And my buddy, who got married like 3 months after us, when I told him Stir It Up, he was like, "Motherfucker, that was going to be our song." And then he went and tried to dance to the Hawaiian version of Over the Rainbow, and it was a total fail, dude.
Oh, no.
Mine was epic. Like, the whole place was dancing. But his was this guy playing the ukulele, like, and it just failed. And I got married before him, so him and I, we've been bros forever, and it was like both of our favorite fucking songs. And
I would love to see you in dreads. Did you have dreads then?
No, long and share. Long and share. I had a tux. We danced. You should see the pictures. They're hilarious. I'm kicking my foot out to the side. It's awesome. We got married in a rural barn in like rural Vermont. It had stained glass in the windows. We brought in a caterer. We did it right because we were way out in the fucking boonies. So like you could save so much money on rentals like that, and people were just blown away like by the vistas in this barn with the stained glass. It was something else, man.
That's awesome,
If you
man.
could get married again, I would. These people who go and like rent a place in Boston for like $50,000,
I don't get it.
whew, fucking throwing it away, dude. Like they don't care. Like, do they want a house? I guess they don't give a fuck, right? Like, they're not thinking down payment someday. They're just gonna blow it all, right? You guys all are in the same boat as me. Like, what the fuck?
We did a
man?
firehouse. We were firehouse. Fuck it. It was cheap and everyone had fun.
I
Exactly.
skipped the marriage and having a woman and just bought a house. So
Brilliant. That's another great way to go.
My wife's
I mean, you're a pretty cute guy. So I mean, chicks must be just knocking down the door. With all those guitars and that cute Sven.
yeah, I just need somebody who loves guitars and my obsession of buying them.
You can walk around with Sven around the country gardens, you know, in the center of your idyllic tiny little town, and you know, pick up babes with your dog. Does that work? Goon?
No, because it's normally just batshit old women or weird blokes with dogs. And
You gotta leave your neighborhood. That's why.
Yeah.
We discussed this before.
All right. No
We have.
babes.
my wife's cousin got married in Chicago, and they spent, I think it was $300,000.
Oh my god!
Oh my.
How do they
horrible
have
was
$300,000?
Well, the church they used was that one that's like right across the street from the
Did they buy the church?
the Hancock building. It's been a bunch
Okay.
of movies. You know which one I'm talking about?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, the big.
Prudential.
In Blade Runner as well.
It's
in
on
that.
it's on it's on the what they call it, the Magnificent Mile or whatever. Is that the
You mean in
Hancock building?
Boston, right?
Yeah,
Are you
Huh?
sure it's a church?
You mean in Boston?
Well, it's like a cathedral. No, this is in Chicago.
It's not
It's
the
at the Hancock.
the fire station that survived the Chicago fire?
No, this is like is it the second biggest building? Is it the Hancock building?
Yeah.
Okay, right. It's almost directly across the street,
That's
and it's
not
it's
a
like
church.
a
That's
super. No, this is like a cathedral type thing.
You might be.
Maybe
right.
it's not the. I don't know. I got picture. I could show you a picture of it actually. But anyway, and then the wedding was at this this rich man's club thing. It was downtown. I do know it was.
All right.
There was hotel rooms in it, and it was real close to the jail because out our window we could see it was like a high rise jail.
Okay.
But anyway, and then they had like for example, they had they got married, and then we went to this like pre-room in this hotel, and they had their drink was Captain Morgan and and Coke or something. And they
$300,000
had two Captain Morgan dudes, like dressed fully looking like Captain Morgan at both ends of this room. And they were like serving Captain Morgan. And then the arrangements in the room where they got married, or where we ate the food and stuff were like just massive. I mean, it was unbelievable. Her father was really wealthy, but I just can't believe no matter how wealthy you are, wasting all that money on a wedding just seems.
Was that
ridiculous.
one of the worst weddings you ever been to, too?
No, it was the coolest wedding I ever been to.
Oh,
there was a guy called.
Wow,
there was a guy
it's
called.
really good. I hate it so much. They spent so much money. Do I fucking enjoyed myself?
Oh man, it was not my money, so hell yeah, I was enjoying it. But they had this band called he's this black guy is called Super T. He can't still be playing because he was pretty old then, but he was like in like a Superman outfit. And I know it sounds ridiculous, but it was awesome.
No kidding.
What? $300,000.
$300,000.
And you got a black dude dressed up as Superman playing a guitar.
Mrs. Lip is going to chime in. I can tell she's running over.
Oh, you had a black dude and everything, huh?
Slave owners.
He was dressed as Batman, not Superman.
He kept saying black guy.
Super T, the black guy. The black guy, Super T.
Ice-T was there?
He was apparently for Jenna Bush and her husband's. He was the DJ for their wedding.
All right, let's stop saying
Vagina
black guy.
Bush is almost the same thing in Britain.
The brown guy.
Black guy.
How about the DJ? Just call him a DJ.
Well, it was a band. He wasn't like a DJ.
Oh, so it was band music? That's even worse. You can't even dance to that shit.
I don't know. What's worse?
Man, it was
band.
Hey, would you argue, Topple, if Tool turned up to your wedding or something and played for you?
Who?
Tool.
No, I don't like Tool.
Alice in Chains. I thought you liked Tool.
No,
You
well,
fucking
they
sent
don't
me
have
a
any
request
music.
for
They have
Tool.
no music that's romantic. Why would I want them at my wedding? It's all
Because it would be fun.
What about a couple black guys?
I had a couple.
Yeah,
brown
what if
guys.
there was a bunch of black
My
guys
best-
dressed as superheroes
my
playing
best man
your
was.
favorite music?
I'm very diverse.
I mean, if people came over and they were like singing, like, I mean, how do you say this? Some of the best singing bands ever. Can you say like that they have been black guys? Is that okay?
Well, they
right.
created music.
Yeah, there was a great
Elvis
amount.
ripped them off. Remember that.
Exactly. So there's
ain't nothing but a hound dog?
Nothing wrong with
No.
No, well, it didn't rip them off. It was just like they realized that black dudes are playing jazz and people love that shit. Even white dudes, and they were like flocking to see this music, and they just adopted it themselves, even though it was meant to be wrong. They loved it, so they made jazz as well, and
and he
rocky
saw songs
music,
like-
and then blues, and then
Like, if anything, I hate white people music. I hate country music.
Oh, ouch.
I'm just being real. I haven't found a country music. I haven't heard any country music that I was like, oh, I could listen to this.
I saw a song the other day. It was an advert on YouTube, and it was about a girl kicking this guy out, and took his dog, and all he had was his 4x4. It's such an amazing.
Sounds like a country song to me.
Yeah, I know. It was
Driving a Chevy.
I think if I didn't watch the video, I'd hate the song, but I saw the video along with it. It was glorious.
I got my 4x4.
Yeah, that's all I care about.
Hee-haw. Yeah, but I'm just being honest. Like, I can listen to anything, jazz music and all that, but when it comes to country music, I try, and I just can't find anything I like about it.
Yeah.
But that's just me. Who's typing away?
Last Dance.
Jesus Christ.
I'm chatting in the chat.
Mac?
He's breaking into the Pentagon right now. to
Right,
get more
exactly.
news.
Sure.
No, he doesn't have to break in. He already has full access.
I'm retired.
So
I got
just
nothing.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Goon, he can send something through your screen and kill you right now. Just be
No,
careful.
I would never
Sure
do
he
that
could.
anyways.
he's that special. Why do you think I don't fuck with Last Dance here?
I'm not special. I'm certainly not that special.
Interesting.
But I know Aphed's wedding song, and actually when he said it, I actually downloaded it. I forgot about that song.
That's a good song, isn't it?
It's a great fucking song.
What song?
Don't worry about it. We're not trying to dox each other, so
Mazzy Star, Fade Into You.
you better get that right.
Oh, wow, 90.
You got that wrong. I would
Hey.
see this come across.
Hey,
Dude, I got married in 97.
you.
I've just put a link up for The Fall because they're deemed as being the most famous unfamous band in the whole of the UK. But
Interesting.
Aphid, I think you might like it, mate. You need to check it
I
out.
know who they are. I know who they are.
Oh, you know who they are? Brilliant. Okay.
Yeah, I was saying that earlier when you were asking.
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear you, mate. I didn't hear
Oh, that's all right.
Yeah,
All right,
they're
I
cool
gotta go
bands.
pick my
They're
wife
off the
up.
wall a bit. They're completely different, but they've
Oh,
worked-
I've seen these guys. I just checked a bit of the video out. They were
Yeah.
on Jules Holland
Yes.
years ago.
Yeah,
Yes,
that's right,
I
yeah.
remember seeing these guys. Yeah.
Mm.
Sorry,
I love
Okay,
them.
They're
They're,
good. They're good. They're really good.
I'll see you guys.
Mm.
All right.
Oh,
See ya,
Have a good
Topple.
week.
Bye,
Take it
you
easy,
sexy
Topple.
bastard.
Okay, Last Dance. It's the Fourth Presbyterian Church. is the
Yes.
church.
Okay.
Oh yeah. Cool.
He doesn't look old enough to own a driver license, does he?
He's gonna wrap yours.
Did you guys see that?
Yeah.
Yeah, we
I
could see it.
and hear it, but
All right,
saw
well,
it,
that's
heard it.
over. Glad I tried that.
No, I heard it.
All right, cool. That was
He's
the
different.
band.
He's different. Give it a spin. At least
Hey,
listen
you
to
wanna-
the whole track? You'll like it. I think he's different though. He is totally different.
I'll put
Good.
Super T in the chat, Smokesteve, so you can watch that black guy I was talking about.
Black guy?
I just put it in there. This is the guy that was at that wedding that was going. Oh my God, he's so awesome.
It's,
oh my god, is he wearing an afro or a velcro on his head? I can't tell.
Dude, what are you saying about Super T?
I mean,
I'm
he's
not
a glorious
sharing. Am I
man.
sharing
but-
it
Oh my
already?
God.
I'm just
sharing.
watching it strip off right now.
Wait, am I doing anything?
No, you're not
No,
doing
He's
anything.
singing his time song as well.
I watched it. It's in the private chat.
All right,
Steve.
okay.
I've just
That's
watched
super-
it. Yeah,
that's
with his
Super T.
Superman, with his like.
Yeah, he's got the, but it's got a big T on it. I think you got to fast forward a little bit because at the beginning it's just
All right,
there's
now
back
here.
up.
Can you see
Has-
this?
There you go, right there. Click that.
Okay, what do I do?
Oh.
Make it bigger?
You got, yeah.
Go to 41 seconds at
Is
least.
there going to be nakedness? What am I doing? What's
Oh,
happening?
that's what he looks like. He does half the show like that. Oh, here he comes. He's got the.
Taking his shirt off. What's going to happen?
You'll see he's changing. Get into the phone booth, and he comes out as 39, 40. Here it is.
There he is. There he is.
Okay.
There he is.
Strange. Oh my God. It's
You know, he's pretty darn thin.
Yeah.
Looks kind of bony.
It's the bird by the time. I want to know what this T stands for.
Well, I'm definitely. If I'm a cannibal, he's not on my menu.
I think we got. I
Too
think we
many
got
bones.
enough. We got enough Super T.
Yeah, I had enough.
But that's what he was the DJ for that night.
Oh, wow.
not bad. All right.
Man, as funny as it looks and absurd, he really did make the night enjoyable for sure.
Not a bad idea, cup of tea. could do that.
Maybe Cup of Tea could do it.
Cup of tea.
Oh
join
God!
in.
Oh,
We
Goon's
lost
gone.
Gooner, and now he's back.
He's back.
Negative
I'm back. I'm back. Sorry, I had to go pee pee.
Oh wow, he is actually back. I did that. I clicked him out and then brought him back, and then
Oh.
he started talking.
Oh wow! Oh, I didn't realize you just got rid of
You don't
me.
get-
Jesus
You don't got your
Christ.
cam on though.
I was
I
just
know,
trying to
I
wake
just
you up.
turned it-
There you go. There you go.
There you go. You see
What is that
yeah.
cow you have as your avatar? What is that?
It's Melissa.
That's his last conquest.
Yes.
Not bad. Well played.
No, I wish she was sexy like that, but ugh.
Well, if you were a farmer, you might a lonely farmer. You might think she's still sexy.
Wow.
Yeah, that's it. I'm gonna start fucking cows.
I'm probably starting to violate YouTube services here.
I'm gonna start molesting cows and put it on my OnlyFarms website.
Hey, we all have to have goals, right?
Right?
Yeah, sir.
Th-
So,
This one's for Lee because I think he might enjoy this. I'm going to put it in the private chat thing. That's my friend's band from a few years ago.
Oh, right. Okay.
It's kind of soft Radioheady style stuff. It's, I don't know. You might enjoy it. Anyway, sorry.
Aphid,
They
you
have a
got the
video.
COVID. It sounds like you have the COVID
Sounds like I know it does. It's been a week and a half of this too.
of hacking a coffin.
Mm-hmm.
How do you know you don't have COVID?
We
I've
had
taken
to
3 tests.
Oh, okay.
Are they Welsh?
Oh
The-
yeah, because no,
The last
to
one I
keep
took
the
was
kid honest.
yesterday.
We had to
My
keep
friend-
our kid out of school for 2 days because of a weird thing, but she tested negative. Have you tested at all?
Yeah, I just said I've had 3 tests. The last
And
one
the
was
fam,
yesterday.
Nobody has anything.
No,
So-
yeah, my wife's had a test now, and I've had a test.
all
Well-
you guys tested and jabbed them.
No, not one jab.
I'm jabbed.
Tested?
Jab me up.
I tested and I was positive once, yeah, but I got over it in about 3-4 days. So
Fair enough. I was only tested because I had surgery before, but that's the only time I've been tested for it.
it's kind of died down here, isn't it? No one's kind of interested anymore. It's like
No,
life's
but
just carrying on as normal.
yeah.
I hope so.
It's about like the
I mean,
flu.
we're British, you know, sort of stiff upper lip and all that, you know. Fuck it.
Yeah.
I'm a big advocate for the flu shot too, though. So that's why I'll just keep continuing to get my COVID jabs.
I haven't had the flu shot in about 15 years. We
I've
had
never
it.
I always get the
No,
flu shot.
we had it once in the last 15 years because they thought when our kid was at a certain age that it would be beneficial to keep her from getting sick. But besides that, I haven't really gotten it.
I've
It's
always said that
apparently
I think I'll be-
beneficial to stop your kid from being sick. Okay, right. So
Something
I'm just
like that.
taking parenting tips from you.
I've
What were we gonna
gotten
say last
very
game?
sick from the flu, and I've always thought that the flu is eventually going to be the thing that kills me.
Mm.
So I always get a flu shot, but
Well,
know,
if
or
I
you
don't
could-
get there
you-
first.
the
that's
last
fine.
year I got the flu, this flu shot wasn't well matched to the strains that ended up circulating in the U.S., and I got
Well,
really sick. It was a bad flu.
I think worldwide the flu kills anywhere between 650 and 700,000 people a year. So, but I think you've got to be pretty old with quite a few underlying problems for it to get to you. So it'll probably kill us all eventually.
I just read
It'll-
Cup of Tea saying monkey AIDS pox rip.
I know
that's
that
what we'll
the ar-
die of.
the argument with the flu shot kind of falls flat because people have such strong opinions now with COVID and the vaccines. But the other thing with the flu vaccine is, you know, if you get it, you're less likely to transfer it on to somebody else that could die from it. So
Right.
it's a civic duty to get your
I've seen
flu shot.
I've seen a graph of flu mortality in the UK over time, and you know it's pretty high. Starts falling a little, but then the UK NHS says in like 1975 that they'll give free flu shots to everyone.
Yeah.
And it goes down like that year. It stays low for the or lower for the rest of the time.
Because they started handing them out to children at school, like lots of vaccinations were like introduced into schools at that point.
Well, everybody could get a free flu shot.
Well, yeah, but that's when they started introducing it in schools. They started them off young, and that's kind of why. Interesting, I know.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about the science in that because the flu mutates like any virus every year. So you have to have those kids would be having to have a booster every year.
I mean, we used to, yeah.
Essentially, with the flu, you have to pick one every year that's going to hopefully match up as closely as possible with the strain that is virulent that year.
Right.
Yeah, but the thing is, you're talking about choice. We don't get a choice over here. It's like you're having this, and that's it.
Yeah, we don't get a choice here either. And
no,
they,
but I
you
mean, when I
have
say
to have permission from your parents. They have to sign the form as to whether they want.
well,
yes. But when I said choice, sorry if I wasn't clear. I meant what the minds that are smarter than us think will be the
Right. Sorry.
That's what I mean when I say choice.
Yeah.
They choose.
Yeah, but I mean, like, if you go for a COVID jab, though, you get a choice of different people that prescribe the medication, surely, don't you?
Well,
There's-
no, they tell you what you're getting.
there's,
I mean,
you
Yeah,
know,
but-
you could
but-
choose between Pfizer here and Moderna, but they're really the same. It's the same vaccine essentially.
Oh, okay, right.
There was,
I thought they were
there was-
different drugs.
There was an article. There was an article in the papers last week. Admittedly, not very big because they probably didn't want to bring your attention to it too much. But China is now looking at, when like people go on about chemtrails. So it's kind of the equivalent where they're going to go fly over cities and spray the COVID vaccine into the air so you breathe it in. So planes will deliver it. So you've got no choice to be kind of vaccinated. And it's just
not going to work very well.
It's just waiting. It's just waiting your approval. So
you'll be getting farmers flying over in America now in their little pit planes, just shooting off like they do on crops.
You won't get enough vaccine to be effective that way.
I think it's to infect you, but it's within a minimal amount. So your immune
So it's
system
going to be a live virus.
Yeah.
Oh,
But that's
wow.
what they're considering in China at the moment. Yeah, that's clever.
so does the part that lands in your eyes just add to the effectiveness of?
Yeah, well, that is one of the major ways that viruses enter your body. By the way,
it's true.
is your eyes. Yeah. So wearing a mask is all very well and good, but you need to be wearing goggles as well if you want to be completely protected.
Imagine somebody
that's a good
turning
idea.
up fucking mask, ski
Goggles.
goggles,
Ski goggles.
like,
Yeah.
welding gloves on their hands or something. And they're just going in for a loaf of bread and a pint of milk.
What you need is a spacesuit, basically.
Yeah.
Yes, yeah, one of them old diving helmets.
That's right.
Stick one of them on.
And the oxygen tank from your home all the way to the market.
And the umbilical cord.
The umbilical cord,
You get to the
exactly.
shop
Yeah.
door and you're
Somebody's
stuck.
pumping air through.
Aphid, do you find anything offensive about this joking mask talk?
Oh no,
Well, there's nothing.
You're a big mask guy.
I don't
Nothing
wouldn't say I'm
racist
a
or-
big mask
Oh.
guy. I mean, I didn't understand. I mean, masks do, especially if you have a good quality mask. I mean, they do work.
Only if you
I
have a
didn't-
good quality mask.
Yeah, I didn't.
95, yeah. No
I
valve.
didn't. Most of the back and forth was, seemed foolish to me, but based on
Okay.
ignorance.
Yes.
But no,
Well,
I'm
I
not
think-
offended.
Yes,
I
I
yes.
think there was a lot of people on
More of
both
that.
sides.
More of that. You sound good.
Last time you followed.
I mean,
you follow Dr. Campbell, don't you, from time to time?
Yeah, I do.
Dr. Campbell.
Yeah, I don't know if you saw one of his latest videos, maybe back a week ago, that the English government had released in their latest papers that 44% of people who've had the like 3 or 4 injections are 44% of those people are being hospitalised with COVID, even though they've had all those jabs. So,
Well, that's because the vast number of people in England are vaccinated. So, you know,
I still
there'll be a large percentage of them because there's so many of them.
When you dig down into those statistics, I still think it's going to be people that are very old with lots of underlying problems.
Yes,
I said this before
right.
on the stream. They lie about the numbers and stuff about COVID.
That's one of the issues with our CDC.
My uncle died because of terminal cancer.
Yeah,
but they still wrote it down. Well, COVID. It's like, well, why did he get COVID? Oh, because his last 2 days in hospital when he was dying, he caught COVID.
Yeah.
So they were like, "Oh, right, it's COVID." Yeah.
They supposedly in the UK they do distinguish between dying from COVID and dying with COVID.
No, they don't. They don't. It just
John Campbell says they do.
On his death certificate, it says died with COVID. Died from COVID. Sorry.
Okay.
The problem with this country,
when
it comes to vaccinations, the problem you've got with the UK is that Boris Johnson just blew it for everybody, because one minute he's saying you've got to do this, and then we find out privately they're doing the complete opposite and having drinks and socialising. And I just think the whole public have just lost faith and thought, you know what, we're just going to live life normally, because
I think if he just said, fuck it a bit, if you want to go see your friends and family, do it. And if he said that, none of this bullshit would be.
Even go a step further, good. Even if with those rules that he put in place, if he at least just turned around and said, "Yeah, listen, hands up, broke the rules. We were working hard, 16 hours a day. People wanted to blow off steam. It wasn't the right thing, but I'm going to admit to it. We did do that." I think people would have forgave him, and so at least a politician told the truth, because he's so bloody popular. His poll rating since he's left being prime minister has actually gone up. People loved him, so it's unreal. Yeah, and I don't think it's the last we'll see of him either. I think whether he'll be successful or not, I think he'll try and do Winston Churchill and try and get back into power in another 5 or 6
I think he
years.
has a lot of reserve popularity.
Yeah, definitely.
I mean, when he announced his retirement or he's leaving, then his poll numbers went up again.
Yeah.
I think people believe in him because he's one of the likable politicians. Hate to say it, but he's just a guy who, like that video with the there's a bunch of camera crew and journalists outside his house, and he just goes out and brings them tea. Yeah, like, oh, do you want milk with that? Sugar? Oh, yeah. I'm not talking to you people, but I'll give you tea because it's cold.
He's just like a likable character, isn't he? He just really is.
Yeah.
So I won't rule him out for the future, coming back in 5, 6, 7 years' time.
Who?
Really. Boris Johnson.
Boris.
Interesting.
I don't think he'll come back in a political way.
I do.
As big as what he was, I don't think he'll ever be.
Well, look at his hero. His hero is Winston Churchill. Winston lost the election and then came back a few years later and won the election. So I just think he loves Winston Churchill so much. He's made no secret of that, and I can see him making a political comeback. Whether he wins or not is a different matter.
You guys like him?
Yeah, he's a nice guy. I think he's a good guy. He's quite comical, but
he's a lovable idiot.
Yes, that's it. Yeah, he is.
That's probably the best way to describe him, really.
And it's great to think that he's like the prime minister.
Would you vote for him again?
Yeah, I would.
Depending on the opposition, probably.
Yeah.
Interesting. He was looked upon as a fool, it seemed like.
Oh yeah, but that was kind of his lovable character. He didn't mind making a fool of himself. So,
much like.
Do you remember the zip wire incident when he was in London doing when he was the mayor.
I don't remember that, but I
No.
remember when he was doing the rugby incident when he bowled over the little kid who was like
Yeah.
7 years old.
Typical
Trampled
Morris.
him, dude.
Brilliant. Every
Bumbled
parent,
him.
You though.
every parent on the sideline watches a few kids on the pitch and wish they could do that to him, and he actually
Yeah.
did. You're just like, yeah, well done, Morris.
He did what we all wanted to do.
Yeah, he lost his balance and started running forward, but like he was way to his center of balance had fallen forward, and he just croaked that kid and just sent him flying. And then he sort of recovered and popped back up. Absolutely brilliant.
I like the way you're making excuses, and we're just like, yeah, he just took that kid down.
Get
Fuck
out.
him.
Do it.
yeah. I'd
Hi,
watch
Martin.
it again 10 times in a row.
Yeah, he was that kid. He may have been not of British descent, so yeah, he might have smashed him a little extra for the for that.
Join us, Martin. Join
Yeah,
us.
join us, Marty.
Join us. Come on. Marty, sorry. Marty.
That's what
Marty.
I call him. That's my name.
Oh, sorry.
Marty. To you,
I couldn't-
he's Martin.
So, from an American point of view, then, is out of all the prime ministers those that you can remember, who do you respect the most out of all the English prime ministers when it comes
None.
to who?
I don't
The-
respect any.
The chick.
I
The
like
chick-
I like Johnson the best out of starting. I like Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah, Margaret Thatcher.
Yeah, Margaret, definitely, definitely. That'd be
No, I hate fucking Margaret Thatcher. Only
No,
because-
she was brilliant. She was brilliant.
Ah, no, fucking hell. There's so many folk songs written about her in Britain. It destroyed the folk music in Britain.
Well, it seems like you guys have lost. You've lost your guns. What else are you gonna lose? Like, how could you like?
Oh well, we've already lost our free speech, so
You lost your free speech. You lost your guns. Who's been so great that's retained anything for you? I mean,
Oh yeah, Margaret was good in that respect. She put us back on the map. So we were in a right state before she arrived. Mind you, she did have some help with the Falklands War. That saved her political career, really. So
what a dumbass war that was.
that and the whole like
why was it? No, that
buy your
wasn't
home
dumbass.
scheme thing.
That's Argentina stepping on our land. No, they needed a good kicking, and we gave it them. So that was good. So,
I mean, sending your boys over there to die for that random piece of land. Was it?
No,
Was it
hang on. That's-
strategical purposes, sir.
That's coming from an American. Hang on a minute. Those Falklands have got oil fields. You'll go halfway around the world and destroy countries for your
Yeah.
those oil fields.
Hot
be
calling
hypocritical.
kettle black.
Yeah, too right.
Yeah, glass houses, maybe. I can see what you're saying. I know what you're saying, boys. Yeah.
Also, Aphid, you've got some sexy knees.
Thanks, brother.
Look at those things.
Oh no! Put the foot away. Oh no!
Just the knee.
Hey,
Just
I've
the
always-
knee.
I've always
Just-
wanted to ask you: is this room right, which looks so high tech? Is it a basement or is it just? a
Yes,
room
it's the
with-
corner.
Yes.
It's the corner of my basement.
Ah, right, cool, right. So it's your very own man cave.
Yeah, well, I wasn't allowed to have a whole cave. I just get we call it the man corner.
Right.
It's awesome.
It is awesome, definitely. So what's beyond that? You're just in one corner of that basement, yeah?
Right.
Right. What's in the rest of the basement?
And right in front of me here is a library with a ping pong table in the middle of it. I know those things don't go together. And then
And a stripper's pole.
there's a washer and dryer right here, and then the
Yeah.
rest of it is just basically store. Well, we got a little living room set up over there. It's like a
Wow.
walkout basement, so we have like a window and then a sliding glass door, and then there's
Yeah.
a sectional setup with a large screen TV, which that's where Mrs. Lip hangs out and watches us while we're, doing this little
Chatting away,
thing.
talking rubbish, yeah.
What are you empty? Did you empty the pool? I emptied mine this weekend.
No, man, the pool turned green about 3 weeks ago, and we brought it back, and it was too cold to get in. And then, so last weekend we were going to take it down, but we were both sick real bad with this cold, and we didn't feel like it. So then we were just like, ugh, we didn't want to take it down when it was so green. So we've spent probably $40 on chemicals to bring it back, because tomorrow it's going to be 90, and then it's going to be in the 90s for like 3 or 4 days in a row. So we think we're going to get we've spent all this money to possibly float on the top.
One last swim.
And the water at night it gets down to like 50 degrees. So that water is like 70 degrees
crazy,
inside.
Dude, you're living a dream. You're never going back in that thing.
Today I spent like 2 hours scrubbing the bottom of it with this long pole that has a brush on it and trying to get all the leaves out of it. And I put all the shock in there to try to take the green out.
I'm telling you right now, one pool owner to another, you have to get one of these floating things that you put the big disc of chlorine in.
Oh yeah, we've done that. We have those. We had a hard time getting the big disc of chlorine this year though, so we resorted to the big gallon jugs of chlorine, because those things were like
the big discs cost me about like $50 for like 10, so they were like $5 a piece, but it lasted like a week for each one.
Yeah.
So 10 weeks is like pool season practically. So
right.
This thing works so well.
Right.
I mean, granted, like when you open the chlorine container to take another disc out, it smelled like your nasal.
Right.
You're burning. You're fucking like
right.
wincing your head away. It's so strong. That's what it takes to keep the stupid algae at bay, because...
I know, man. This year we had a hard time, because in the past we always covered our pool. But this one was bigger, and it was...
What if you put Roundup instead of chlorine in?
I don't know, man.
Will that kill the algae?
That's a good idea.
Whereabouts are you, Ethan?
I know. I wouldn't swim around.
I'm in St. Louis, which is in Missouri, which is basically the center of the United States. It's where the Arch is.
Yeah.
And we have the Budweiser beer that came from here. That's about all we got is the Arch and the Budweiser beer.
And the Cardinals.
The Cardinals. Yeah. We do have the Cardinals, which I went to a Cardinal game last night. My son sang in the national anthem with his choir.
Oh, so cool!
Yeah, it was cool. It was cool, man. And and
so that
Pujols.
Was his class or his school, maybe?
He's in the school like choir, like it's not like he is like real into choir. It's like, he either takes, I don't know, Woods class, or he takes choir. I don't know. I don't even know what his options are.
In college, we would call it an elective. He gets to choose between a couple things.
So he's in the choir, and they all got up there, and he was on the Jumbotron. You could see him when they panned by. He was on the Jumbotron. Yeah. And then Albert Pujols, it's his last season, and he's chasing 700 home runs. Right. So it's a huge deal here in St. Louis.
Yeah. And he hit a dinger?
Did he get a dinger?
He did.
Oh,
and it landed like maybe talking like where that big screen TV I'm talking. That's about where the chick was that caught it. Wow. Because it went in the upper level, which is like rarely does anybody hit it up there. It's called Big Mac Land, like after McDonald's Big Macs, because we had.
Are you sure it's not for Mark McGuire?
Well, it is, but McDonald's has this section, and they call it Big Mac Land.
Action for a couple million a year, right?
And he was one of the only ones to be able to hit it up there, because it's the second level of our stadium.
Yeah.
Wow. Yeah.
And that's where he hit it last night, and the guy like went to get it, and I could only see it on the Jumbotron, so I really didn't get to check it out, but somehow there was some confusion, and it bounced back over the ledge, and the girl that was right by me was just looking up, and it came over the ledge, and she got it.
Wow. So what was that, 698? Is that what he's on?
698, yeah.
Okay, 2 more.
So he's got 2 more. He's going to do it. He'll definitely do it.
I hope so.
Because they're going to be in the postseason.
Did you guys ever find anything funny about his name?
Pujols? That's how Mrs. Lips says it.
That's his name.
Pujols.
Oh my God.
How old are you, Smokesteve?
I'm sorry. Come on. It has to occur to everybody, right?
Too right.
Some of us have self-control. Not me, though.
I had to.
Man, that was a brilliant move. That because this guy Albert Pujols, for you other guys, he started here in St. Louis, and he was here for a long time, and then he was starting to get a little older, and for some reason, the Angels thought it would be a great idea to throw just tons of money at him, and they took him away from here, and he never was the same after he left.
Wow.
And
was
he
pretty
came
good,
back.
though.
There was a couple years where he was decent, but not worth the money they were paying him.
Not what he was at the height of his
like
no.
1/3 of $1 billion,
Right.
around those dollars.
So we got him back this last year, and he's a designated hitter. So and they've been since he's been closing in on this record. Every night they sell out the stadium. So the Cardinals made, I don't know what they're paying him. It's not much. It's like, I don't know. Let's say it's $3 million for the year.
That sounds about right, actually.
They've made that back tenfold because every single night they sell out the stadium.
So what?
And every time he comes up to,
was he front loaded that he was making like 30 million like 5 years ago or something?
oh yeah.
Right.
And
So-
last couple of years, he's been tossed from a couple different teams, actually. But
That's
oh shoot,
crazy.
I forgot what I was gonna say. But oh yeah, every night like last night, every time he comes up to bat, every single person in the whole stadium stands up, and watches his every move because it's so. And when I was around when Mark McGwire was hitting all those home runs, and I went to a bunch of games back then. In fact, we saw one of the ones that he broke the record, and it was the same feeling. Like, it is a cool feeling. You go to the, it's like one added level to the game. You're like, man, what's he gonna do this time? And he hit one last night, and it was like magical. The whole place went crazy. Fireworks are shooting off all over the place. It's crazy.
One more boost.
Right, guys, I got to check out 20-4 here. Or
Well, it was great talking to you, Lee.
See you,
Yeah, good
Take
to see
care,
you,
Lee.
Yeah,
Take care, Lee, man.
Take it easy. Come back next week.
Bye.
thanks again, Steve, for what you do. Brilliant.
Anytime, buddy.
We'll see you next week. All right, take care, guys.
See you, man.
All right.
Yeah, brother.
Later.
Oh, Lee is great. Lee knows his shit.
Good old Lee.
I like Lee. He's a
Lee's
nice
good.
guy.
What guitar is that?
Telecaster. Plus.
All right,
2000
let's
plus.
play "Glory Days" by Bruce Springsteen. That's on a Telecaster, and sing it too. And let's get a drum sample going.
No, fuck off.
How
How
What's
about
his
no?
name? Weinstein, the drummer for Springsteen. I think it's Springsteen.
Really?
Weinstein. Yeah. Adrian, what are you doing down there?
Oh well, we have this. We're
He's
right
shaking
behind.
his penis out. That's what
I
he's
look
doing.
like he was doing something like that.
I was going to say.
That's why I had to get. That's why I had to get my readers on.
Right.
No,
Grab
we
the
live.
microscope.
We live right behind the Catholic Church, and they
Oh, yeah.
have their annual parish picnic is going on.
Ooh.
And I had to leave earlier because some friends want to go, because people that aren't even Catholic go to the, because they got carnival rides and a band
Are
playing
you
and
going to
stuff.
go to the parish picnic?
Well, we were going to at one point, and now it's. But anyway, some friends of
You're not
ours
gonna
came.
go
And,
now all wasted. I mean, like, when you're
that man, it's Catholic, dude. What do you think? They are all
priests
wasted.
are wasted.
Dude, I was as Catholic as they ever came, bro.
Yeah.
But I renounced Catholicism. Hello, is this thing on?
Yeah, no, I heard
Oh.
you. What do you want us to say?
No,
Oh,
I'm
God.
you're a Jew, so you don't care. You're like, whatever.
Oh, the scandal.
Fuck, who cares, dude? Moving on. Jesus was only a prophet to you. He wasn't the big dog.
I'm an atheist. I was bar mitzvah. That was about the extent
Oh,
of
look
my.
at you.
Oh,
atheist
you're a
thing it up,
Jew.
huh?
Oh.
Well, look, Negative Goon is shocked that you're a Jew.
Once a Jew, always a Jew.
Well,
Sorry.
That's
I
funny.
shouldn't say that.
I'm not
Wow, look
ashamed
at
of
you.
it. I mean, I'm just not religious. I'm not a believer.
I shouldn't. I'm
Negative
not saying
Goon.
you should be ashamed. Just
It's okay. That you're negative. It's in your name. So
Well, no, it was a pun on the song "Negative Girl."
no, I mean I don't know. Whatever you think about Jews, that's cool, buddy.
No. Isn't Negative Girl done by Stevie Ray Vaughan or something?
Keep going, Steve. He's starting to get.
It started
I'm
sweating.
just saying random things here, and he's sweating. He's like,
I know.
he's
No, you're wrong.
No, wait, it's Steely Dan because you always request
Steely Dan. Now you're talking. Let's go.
Negative Girl. That's the song.
Did I just hear Steely Dan mentioned?
Yes. That's why I named myself Negative Goon.
Yeah.
There's a song by Steely Dan called
Steely
Negative
Dan
Girl.
and Aphid will be fucking gone, dude.
I hate Steely Dan.
He hates Steely
Oh,
Dan.
they're great.
Same here. I can't play him. I don't have a slide. Well, I do have a slide, but I can't play it. So
I will admit that the reason I hate him is because I
Complete.
worked at a pool hall, and it was like a
Heard it
constant
too often,
for some reason.
My lady
God.
so eloquently said, as you guys know, Smokesteve's wife was like, I don't know, all their stuff is like, and I was like, you're right, it is all like that. I knew what she meant. Didn't make a lot of sense, but there is a lot of, you know, like, I back, Jack. Do it again. You know, it's like wheels going around, around. It's not like real rock and roll. It's like smooth jazz.
You're right. It's always been,
Smooth
jazz
Smooth
influenced rock.
Something. I don't
was
know
like-
what it is, but I love it. It's great guitar solos.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Let's see. Negative Goon. Give us a banger here. Go.
what, you can't hear it.
What are you playing? The silent
I'm playing
guitar?
along
What the fuck
to-
is that
hold on.
thing?
No, I can't hear anything.
Put on the Marshall stack. Let's hear, some, solo in G major.
You got a Marshall amp there?
I wish.
Oh,
I've got a
okay.
Vox AC30 and a
Okay.
Fender Mustang.
That works. Sounds
How do
like
I,
pretty tough to me. Fender Mustang.
I can share. There you go.
Rip that thing. Wow! Wow!
All I can do is share my screen of the song I'm playing.
It's so funny. He's like strumming the guitar. In this
Man,
song.
I can't hear
There's
nothing.
no signal coming from it. Oh, and look, there's another person down below who's Negative Goon who wants me to put them on. Which, if I click on it, I'm guaranteed that.
You're not gonna get pawned, don't worry.
Is that you? There's a double Negative Goon. I think it'll be porn. Is that you?
No, it's me. It's me. Yeah.
You sure?
Yeah.
All right, here we go. What the hell is this?
That's
his
Rocksmith.
Yeah,
All right, okay. All right.
he didn't have the volume turned on it though.
All right.
Yeah, we can't hear anything,
I
Goon.
love this. This is so cool, man.
You don't have the
the.
nope.
But it's awesome anyways,
It
right?
looks kind of 3D the way you have it there.
It's totally pub. This is awesome. Where's Marty? Marty loves this shit. Martin said one comment and then he's fucking gone. Fucking random goons
It's
says,
like
join us,
it's
Martin.
like 2 in the morning or 3 in the morning where he is.
I think it's 4.
4, okay. It's almost 11 here.
Well, when I started at 7, it was midnight. So 8 was 1, 9 was 2, 10 was 3.
Get your fingers
So
out.
we're at 3:50.
You're right.
There's no sound coming through them.
Put it
Nope.
back, Steve. What does that mean? Who's Bridget Couture? Whoop! Holy shit. Was this the one I had lobsters with earlier? Bridget, what's up? Yo, yo, yo! Oh, cool.
Martin's still hanging.
Martin is there.
He's a man of few words. No fucking kidding you are, Marty. Click on.
But those
I
words
can't
are worth hearing.
I love it, Bridget. I think this is who I had lobbies with earlier, man. She was here at my house. And now they're back about 3 towns north having drinks. That is so cool. Isn't it cool? So cool.
Hey, Mr. Kilsey.
Mr. Kilsey won. We got a little resurgence here.
Yeah, the place is starting to get kicked, dude.
Yeah, look, Aphid, your boy. Cup of tea.
Oh man, he is my boy.
Everyone has next 2 dates off, plus Queen's Dead Day, Monday. No kidding, huh?
It's a national holiday, or what do you call them, bank holidays in the UK?
Yeah, like there was a soccer team I heard about that like had a sanctioned game with another team, right? So like the team had already showed up. So what they said was like, "Yo, let's just have an unsanctioned game, so the boys can get out and play soccer. Nobody's going to get paid, but we all came to this field." And then they played, and maybe Random Goon knows about this, or Mr. Kilsey won, and Cup of Tea, all you guys. The fucking crown came down on them for like disrespect of the queen or something because they played a soccer game. You guys heard about this?
No. When can you play soccer again?
I don't know, but apparently these guys played a totally like just
private game, right?
Gentleman's game,
Yeah.
you would call it.
Were there fans in attendance?
A couple.
Yeah, that might be the problem. Also.
See, I mean, come on, though. Isn't that fucking ridiculous, dude?
I don't know what the rules are. It seems a little
But to you,
extreme.
in your personal like belief, it's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, we don't know what it's like to have a king and a monarchy, so I'm not sure what the rules are for mourning when the monarch dies.
But whether or not they're one thing or the other, a couple of people getting together to play a little bit of soccer.
Hey, in the old days, that would be considered high treason. Their heads would be cut off.
Well, then they should take up arms against
Yeah, that happened too.
a ruler that would do that to them. That's insane. That's absolutely insane, in my opinion.
Yeah, that was Oliver Cromwell.
And yeah, take up arms against somebody who would behead you for playing a game of sport. That's insane. That's way too much control over the plebes of the culture, and that nobody should have to live like that. It's fucking crazy. That's what makes us Americans, I guess.
So it makes us America.
Americans.
By the time we were Americans, the Brits were no longer beheading people at the whim of the king.
Yeah, it's true. What do you got, Goon? I got you all rolled up here. There's no sound. Right, what did I do? How the fuck did I do this? What do I do?
Why is that such a big screen?
Dude, what the fuck is this?
It's a button somewhere, right?
Exit full screen. Okay.
Yeah, there you go.
Now we're back to big screen. I'm stuck on Random Goons thing. What the hell did I do?
Did you share it?
What did I do, Goon?
Is it a share your screen thing?
If I cancel my, if I stop sharing my screen, will that
There you go.
Goon had control. That's not right.
It's because he was.
Apparently I gave control to Goon of the entire pub. So yeah.
It's because he was just sharing his screen and you accepted it. So he.
Thank you, Overlord Goon, for giving my stream back to me. That was quite nice. And look, you can't even hear me. He's just over there shredding on guitar. It's like
That's crazy that you can't hear him.
Silent
His guitar.
Bob. What the fuck? Hey, look, Marty's over here. Let's
Yeah,
go,
he is.
Marty!
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. Martin, get your ass on here. I want to see a green hat and a green sweater. Maybe not. I don't
Oh, I just heard his guitar for
know.
the first time.
It was something. I'm afraid if I feature Random Goon, I won't be able to get him off on this deck.
You don't want to be at anybody's mercy.
There he is. Look at this.
Sorry.
Okay. Wait. Oh, oops. What did I do? No, wait. Hold on. Goon, you're coming back. Okay. Add to stream. Yeah, all right. Here we go.
Oh, I got thrown out.
No. You're totally back. I'm horrible at this.
You're just not big screen.
All right, here. Look, here. Mr. Kill C1. So, like, I mean, I was thinking about this earlier. Like, they have to, like, embalm the queen, right? Negative Goon? Negative Goon.
Yeah.
Right.
Sorry. I was getting way into that.
So there's, like, an embalming of the queen, right? Like, there's somebody who has to do this, right? Like, it's a dead body.
Right.
Is there, like, a royal embalmer?
No. It's like like a lottery. You'll put like a number in, and they spin this big wheel, and they take a number out, and they go, "Right, you're doing the embalming. You get to touch the queen's
Did you
boobs."
Did you try for it? Because I know you'd like a little embalming of the queen.
Well, I mean, I call it embalming, but it's much ruder than what you think.
Jesus, you're horrendous.
It's a euphemism, okay?
This is terrible. We're gonna get canceled for this. Are we gonna get canceled for this?
You put him up to it, Smokesteve.
No,
You
but
did.
my thought
It's
is
your
like
fault.
this queen is
I'll
this,
embalm all over that queen.
this funeral is months. It's like a long period of time.
That's
after,
not embalming.
It's a long period of time after the poor woman died. There has to be a certain process.
Oh,
that
no, I
happens.
mean, yeah,
They're not just going to let her decomp and
Right, so there has to literally be men who have been assigned this task. And this must, I know we might have been seeming like we're poking fun, but I'm not when I say this. This must have been an extremely, holy task for these guys to take care of, to do this. I'm sure it's without any joking, and it's got a lot of pomp to it, but it's something they would never talk about, but it has to exist because think about it, it's over a week later, so this has to have happened for her.
Yeah, so some guy in the pub's like, "Hey, Dave, did you know what I did today? I touched the queen's boobs."
Like, these guys must have been the most professional that could be in that category. In fact, who knows, maybe this is their only task for the year. I don't even know.
What, embalming the queen?
But it's not something we would know about. They're never going to talk about it. Who knows?
Probably because it's not that interesting.
Yeah.
that's one possibility.
Who embalmed it? I don't know. Have you seen the news over here? It's fucking boring at times.
You would think that there's somebody who wants to know everything and every little detail, no matter how small.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
We ignore serious crimes over here just to go, oh, a bridge fall over today. It went down. Yeah. Where there's like, oh, mass rapings or something going on, and we
What
just
about
like, no,
stabbing?
ignore that.
What about stabbings?
Oh, we ignore that as well. Oh my God, the media has totally ignored the stabbings recently of the officers.
Nice knife. Oh, of officers are getting stabbed?
Yeah, no, two of them got stabbed recently.
Jesus.
There was like 6 officers and 1 guy in this country, and they couldn't hold him down. They couldn't get him down. He was just like stabbing away.
Well, what about the officers who have the 9mm 40 cals?
Oh, right, yeah.
They were only 20 minutes away, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, we don't have officers like that. That's basically you have to call in SWAT in well our equivalent of SWAT. I can't remember what it's called now.
That's a shame.
To have armed police.
response.
Yeah, armed response. Yes, thank you. Makes sense. Yeah, yeah. We need to call somebody in. It's not. We're only armed with. I don't know. There's probably a taser between the whole fucking
Taser.
police force in one building. Yeah, they just sort of hand that out. But yeah, no tasers but it's mainly batons.
Not much of a force behind the old police force.
There isn't, but they get told to ignore things as well. So it's very muddy in this country.
Yeah,
I know because my cousin is in the police force. Well, both of them, and they say how shit they're not allowed to do certain things to, let's say, certain people in this country. They're not allowed to ask certain questions and probe too much.
Well, I mean, we've had issues here with our police. There's no doubt about it. There was a case recently where they went into an apartment and pulled out a couple of guys, and then they went to the back bedroom, and they had detected whatever through their sensors that there was definitely a guy in that bedroom or a person. And when
I saw this. He had a gun in his hands.
No, he didn't. He actually had a vape. He had a vape pen.
Oh, that's right. Yes, I saw
it was,
that. Yeah,
literally no more than something you might inhale THC or whatever fucking nicotine. I don't even know.
I mean, the worst thing he's doing is probably smoking meth for it, and at the end of the day, he's destroying himself, not other people.
Yeah, but the thing is, the cop shot him. And as was pointed out by countless people who were in that field shooting people, the cop shot him and then put his gun back in his holster and then put his shit back together, almost as though he realized that
if
wasn't really a threat. You don't shoot somebody.
No. But if you watch the video, he pulls something out from the back and then points it towards the officer. He's going to point it towards.
And it looked like a vape.
I can understand the fact that he thinks he's pulling out a gun or something, even though it's not. Could have been.
Yeah, but the thing that the shooting guys all said, the fact that he puts the pistol back into the holster after one singular shot, immediately back to the holster, means that he realized there wasn't a threat, because you would never do that. If somebody was like a real threat, you would shoot and then take cover. You wouldn't shoot and stand there and put your fucking pistol away.
Maybe he's fucking John Wayne.
No, he fucking fucked up and pulled the trigger, and he realized it and just...
Yeah, because you don't know how badly the guy is hurt.
I'm not defending the guy.
Just because he falls down doesn't mean he's dead or even unconscious.
Because he was in a bed, kind of crawling across it like this. Sort of like this. If this had been it, he kind of was like this, but from 30 feet away. But it ended up being just a vape pen. It was not a pistol.
Were the police there legally?
It doesn't look like
the police
looks like.
The door opened, last dance, and it was like, door opens, bang!
He's turning
pistols
around
away.
And doing
that
this.
Was it. Bang!
But the thing is, though, he does this. I mean, it doesn't matter what you're holding in your hand. That quick motion that takes a second, you think,
don't disagree
it could
with
be a firearm. I'm playing devil's advocate because, the whole pistol putting away
the cop shot
is suspect.
After that, and the kid crumpled on the bed, and the cop put the gun away immediately. But it also, to me, it did look like the kid had something ringing in his hand, but it also looked like the kid was completely,
surprised by the...
Surprised. I don't feel... It was a
horrendous
tragedy.
There's
a thing they called it in law enforcement. They call it awful but lawful. It's like the cop really fucking freaked out and shot too quick. But his legitimate reason was that the kid was jumping towards him and kind of rotating his hand towards them. But in hindsight, you could say, "What the fuck?" But at the moment, the cop who's getting what's he get 60 grand a year? You know, it's not
Yeah.
exactly.
It's
I mean,
an
you
interesting
should never be
discussion, though.
satisfied when someone who's unarmed gets shot and killed. I mean, you're
I
right. There's
agree.
some
I
No,
situations.
but
It's
but
like, how
you've got
do
to
you
look at the
quantify
facts
it?
of how
Yeah.
they were acting at the time of the shooting and what happened before. It's like, any video that you see online, you can see part of a video and go, oh well, that's wrong. But if you don't see what led before this,
Correct.
you don't, And I think maybe the cop did hesitate. Maybe he's new. Maybe he's just scared. Maybe it's a bad area that shit happens all the time.
And it
And
was one shot that was really well placed.
yeah,
That
and maybe he saw
appeared
him
to
go down like that and went, "That looks like a dead body going down." Like
He
he's seen
appeared
that
to
before.
react to it by putting his pistol away quicker than even.
Yeah, but I mean, if you see a guy get killed enough times, you know how they just go. There's no like, oh my god. It's more
Very rare.
flat dead. So maybe he saw that and went, "Oh shit, this has happened before." Oops.
That's probably the first person that cop ever saw get shot. Was the guy he
Could be.
shot himself.
Yeah, maybe he was worried. He put it away because he's just like, "Holy shit, I
Yeah.
don't want to use this."
Aphids out.
What if it's out? Huh.
Oh. But I mean, there's people that I've seen going, "Oh, you should have used a taser." Well, tasers aren't very effective.
Yeah, well, not
They
for
can
somebody who's.
be, but
If you think someone's got a weapon, you're not gonna do the taser.
That's exactly
unless you've got officers backing you up with
Yeah,
with
that's
firearms,
true. Somebody else will
wouldn't
shoot
use
him when
one.
you get. Yeah.
Yeah, but it's been proven that it just doesn't work. The guy got shot like 3 or 4 times and still
Yeah.
picked up a knife and ran at police before he got shot.
Are you guys going to stick around? Should I grab another beer?
Well, I was going to grab another beer as well. So.
All right, let's do it.
All right, last time
No, last
in the
time.
chat.
Be back in 5 seconds.
You got this.
Yeah, I agree with you, Mr. Kill C1.
What is that thing he has there? What the hell is that?
It looks like a feminized cow with a blonde wig on. Is what it looks like.
Female and feminized.
Well, I don't know if she's female, but she's kind of has a feminine cast to her
I
face,
agree.
plus a blonde hair. I'm sure it has some history to Goon that it means nothing to us.
Exactly. All right, what's this he's talking about?
It's just Swedish cow, okay. He's talking about something that Paul Greystone was saying.
About what? Did I miss something?
That the royal family killed Princess Diana.
Huh, with Dodi Fayed.
Yeah.
Huh. Is that why they hate
Charles?
Is that why you guys hate the one with the darker skin there? Harry's wife? What the hell's her name?
Meghan Markle.
Meghan.
Is that why you guys don't like her? Because it's new genes? They're trying to clean up the gene pool?
No, it's because she's an absolute
Holy
dickhead.
cow. Man.
What?
I think they hate her because she's dislikable.
Yeah, she's a horrible person. She's
Right.
turned Harry into a guy that we used to like into a dickhead.
What did she do?
Well, first of all, he quit the royal family because of her. Then they moved to Canada. They didn't like it in Canada, so they moved to, where was it, Florida or
Ooh, Florida.
somewhere?
I like Florida. Can't blame them for that.
But they're just. Oh, she's so woke that she's forcing him to do stuff, and now he's turned against the royal family, his own fucking family. That's why they didn't want him there half the time.
I don't particularly like him in America. He's kind of talking about things that he doesn't know shit about, and the only reason he's on anybody gets to hear him is because who he is, not because he's particularly smart.
He's basically become the reality version of the royal family now,
Right?
Because he just goes on talk shows and things and like that, and it's like, why? Why are you doing this
For the
with
money.
an actress that is really shit as well? Well, yeah, because the royal family cut him off,
Right.
didn't they? As soon as he moved out, they were like, "Oh, we're cutting you off," and it's like, "Well, where's my bodyguards?" It's like, "Well, you don't get it anymore."
Right.
Do you not get this, Harry?
You left. You abandoned the royal family. You.
Yeah. Yeah. All for this bitch.
Well, she is good looking.
Oh yeah. No, I mean, I don't know. She always looks angry. I prefer Kate.
Me too. But Megan's
Oh,
very pretty.
She's no Kate. Oh god. I would fuck her rotten, and I know that she would bake me like poppy seed fucking muffins the next day or something.
So now we know what your fantasy woman does.
Yeah. She looks prima proper, but she's dirty behind the scenes. I love that. Yeah.
Ready? Poppy seed
Exactly.
muffins. Taking it to account.
Hey, dude. I'm kind of tired.
All right, let's call the whole thing.
All right. Thank you very much for having me on. It was a really good show, and thanks.
Been a pleasure.
Thanks for doing it.
Me too. Thank you.
Good talking to you, Gooner. Take care. Have a good night.
All right. See you later, everybody.
Good night,
the talk
everyone.
is coming to an end. I'm gonna go ahead and just end this thing. See you, buddy.
See you guys.
All right, and that's it for the night. Thank you for being here, everybody. Cup of tea. Fabulous comment. All right, everybody. Mr. Kill C1, cup of tea. Paul Greystone. You guys are all legends, dude. Please come back. You guys are awesome. I really do appreciate you. And you add to the stream. Later, dudes.